Welcome back, Sue. Thank you very, very much. Uh, this is such a fun Friday activity.
Right. We've gotten into our July has been Fridays.
Yeah. Um, so we've done this many times now, so we'll just jump right in. But as always, if we're discussing anything that you'd rather not, just let me know. If we need to take a break at any point, just clue me into that as well.
Okay.
Today is Friday, August the 21st, 2020. My name is Andy Reisinger, and I am interviewing Thrasher for Georgia State University's Department of Special Collections and Archives Great Speckled Bird Oral History Project. I am here at my house in Decatur, Georgia, and Sue is at her house in Savannah, Tennessee. And we are doing this remote interview because we are living in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. But thankfully we have this technology to allow us to continue our conversation. As always, if I can just get your verbal confirmation and consent that to be recorded.
Yes.
Okay, so we are progressing right along through the chronology of your life. And I think that today we're going to pick up, is it in 1986 where you're moving to go to grad school, 86, 87?
That's right. The fall of 86.
Okay. But before we go there, before we started recording, you had mentioned that you wanted to make a clarification from our interview last time on the title of a book that we were discussing.
Right. For the 50th anniversary of Highlander, we did a series of oral history interviews. I did some. Elliot Wigington, who was working on the committee, the 50th anniversary committee, did some. And those interviews were eventually collected, not as early as, I don't think they'd been collected by the time I left even. But we had done them prior to the big gathering in 1982. But those were eventually collected and published in a volume called Refuse to Stand Silently By. And that, I didn't remember the title of the book when we were talking last time of that collection. And I believe probably that Doubleday published it, but again, I didn't check who the publisher was. Mm-hmm. But the title of the book is Refuse to Stand Silently By, and it was edited by Elliot Wigington and John Edgerton, the writer from Nashville, Tennessee. Edgerton was a very good and loyal Highlander supporter.
Mm. Well, excellent. I'm not familiar with that, so I'll add that one to my list. Yeah. To go look at. And thank you for clarifying. Yeah, so if you'd like to, last time you had discussed the application, the decision-making and application process for choosing a grad school and then ultimately, making that move. So
choosing UMass, right. So I believe I mentioned that I had known people who had been students, grad students at the Center for International Education, and decided that was where I wanted to go. And so I arrived there in the fall of 1986, very uncertain whether I would actually stay longer than 1 year. The way I thought about it to myself was that I needed time to read and write and think. And, but I also needed the structure that a formal graduate program would provide. I wanted that. But I didn't know at the time I entered whether I would actually stick it out for the long haul and get a doctorate degree. So I edged into it essentially. And I arrived at the center, which is, the School of Education at UMass is I want to say it's different from other schools of education, but I imagine that most schools of education think of themselves that way. But it had been started in the 1960s by a man named Dwight Allen, and it was really known for its sort of activist education, or really experiential education. And so it had three major departments within the School of Ed, and one was around teaching instruction, one was around curriculum, and the third one, which the center was a part of, was called research and education. And so the center was in that wing of the graduate school. So it had very little to do with actual public school education, and was really around adult education. And it had been formed by faculty members at the School of Ed who had been involved often in the Peace Corps, and were looking for a way to engage former Peace Corps folks who came back from their time abroad and were maybe working in this country or maybe beginning to do international development work. So I would say a good portion of the center membership were people who were former Peace Corps volunteers. And the center it was a combination of US students who had mostly had experience working abroad, and international students who worked in mostly departments of education in their own countries. So it was a wonderful mix of both international and US students, and people from all over the world. It was a little bit like being at Scarrett in the early 60s in terms of the international flavor of it, except in this case, much more so. So it was a great community, and graduate school can be a very lonely place, but the center was the center was a center, and it worked hard at building a community of people in that program. So we had weekly meetings, for instance, at the center, and weekly programs, and met with advisors pretty consistently. So it was a very different kind of place, even for the School of Ed, and sort of a little bit snobbish about its differentness in some ways. But what it meant is that I landed in a community, a supportive community, immediately. And that included other graduate students as well as faculty members. So it was a good, I think it was a good fit for me. The thing that was different for me is that I did not have the experience of being a Peace Corps worker, and I didn't have the same kind of international experience that other students had. I had been involved in Highlanders international work, primarily in Central America, and had traveled for Highlander, but I didn't have the kind of in-country experience that many of the graduates there had. So I was a bit different. But I had the Highlander experience, and that counted for a lot because Highlander was recognized by that time as an adult education center that was doing work similar to what many of the people were doing in international settings. So my advisor was a man named David Kinsey, who supported me all the way through my grad work, a wonderful person to have on my side, who was very interested in Highlander, worked closely with me to define what I wanted to do and give me lots of leeway to do that. Very respectful of my experience and my background. And so I stayed with David throughout the graduate program. I continued to stay in touch with Highlander. And I believe I mentioned in the last series of interviews that we had done, we took a group of people to Nicaragua for an education exchange. And I believe I actually came back to Highlander in the summer and did that with Beth Bingman, that even after I was at grad school, I continued to relate to Highlander. And I definitely came back there for the first couple of summers to do work and to be there. But over time, that began to change. So, and the other thing I should say here is that I had worked in social change organizations. Highlander paid a living wage, but it did not pay. We didn't have pension plans or anything of that nature at the time. So I actually had to find a way to finance myself through graduate school. So from the very beginning, I worked. I got an assistantship the first year working with a man named Peter Park, who was a sociologist who had been very involved with Highlander and very involved in the participatory research group internationally. And so I got an assistantship working with Peter on his participatory research project education. And that's, helped me get started. And then after that, I worked for a period of time with the residential education program, working as a resident dorm person, but also teaching courses in the residence halls. And I taught for about 3 or 4 years. I taught a series of programs on diversity education. That was a required course for undergraduates at that time. And I would teach that course in the residence hall, and people would we would do it at night and people would take it there. So that was a course that was offered through the School of Ed. But eventually I went to work with the, what was at that point called the Staff Training and Development Unit at the university, which provided educational opportunities to all staff. And the part of the program, and it was run through the Human Resources Office, but it was, in this case, it was a partnership. The program I went to work with, which was called the Next Steps program, was a partnership between the university and the unions on campus. So the unions supported this program with money, and primarily their support was in release time for workers to come and take the courses. That was negotiated quite early with the Human Resources Office at the university, so that people could actually leave their positions during the day and attend a course, a 2-hour course on campus. So that was a big part of the support coming from the university for that, and was negotiated by the unions. So I believe I taught one course in English as a second language, but after that went full speed ahead with the Next Steps part of the program, which was more teaching people about life skills. And in my case, I developed courses around writing, and did a course called Working Lives. And then I think we later just used it as Writing Our Lives, because it became clear to me that people were much more interested in writing about their lives and their personal lives than they were in writing about their work. So I believe that course is actually still going at the university with workers. But we did that for a number of years and did publications and had readings where we would invite administrations and the supervisors of the people who were in the class to come and hear people read their work out loud. And so and I worked at that in that department for the rest of the time I was working on my dissertation. So I sort of scurried around and put some financial resources together, but it meant that it was a long, slow haul then to do the work of doing the dissertation. And you as you're a graduate student, you know that story. You can get very sidetracked by other things. And it took me 10 years actually to finish the dissertation from the day I entered until I graduated. I finished the degree in 1996.
Well, you were on the fast track.
I what?
You were on the fast track.
Well, it was sort of the average actually for grad students at UMass at the time. But my intention had been to do it in 3 to 4. I had thought that if I elected to do it, that I would do it quickly and get out, but just didn't happen. But you know, I lived my life during those 10 years and really enjoyed being in Western Mass, developed good, strong friendships that will last the rest of my lifetime. And the center was a good place for me in the end. I had some differences with the center. For instance, I never took an assistantship at the center. And this seems like a small matter of principle now, but at the time, most of the money coming into the center for special projects came from the USAID. And I simply didn't want my support to come from that source. And so that's why I look for assistantships and jobs outside of the center, really. I'm not sure I would stick to that principle right now, but remember, this was coming on the heels of all the work that I had done in Latin America, where the USAID was not the greatest of actors at all times. I managed to do these other positions during that time, but it didn't make a difference. I think I didn't announce that decision. I just simply didn't do it, and there was no tension around my not doing that. So it was just something that I preferred not to do. And the center did, you know, from the sort of left perspective, the center was critiqued for its close association with USAID and the funding coming in from government sources to do the international work. I don't think that would be the case now. But at that point, it was a little bit of an issue, but not so much. Do you want me to just keep going here until you need to interrupt and get a clarification or a question?
I have several follow-ups, but I'm happy for you to continue.
Okay, why don't we do those now? And then I'll talk a little bit about the dissertation work itself, because that was a big thing.
Yeah, of course. So first I wanted to ask and get some clarification. So were you living in Amherst proper?
The first year I lived in I had a sublease on an apartment, a wonderful apartment owned by that was rented by an Amherst College faculty member, because Amherst College, at that point, this was before all the rules changed around the tax code, Amherst College provided housing to its faculty members. And so my friend Barry O'Connell and Kristen O'Connell had arranged for me to sublet an apartment with a faculty member who was going to be gone in California all of that year. So I arrived there to an apartment, wonderful apartment that was ready to just move into, and stayed there that whole first year. And then the second year, I actually had an apartment inside one of the dorms on campus, because I went to work in the residential ed program at that point. And I think I did that for at least 3 years before I moved out into a housing with other graduate students, and had a wonderful sort of cooperative household of 3 women. We were initially 3 women, grad students, all of us at 2 of us at the Center for International Ed and 1 in another department. But over the course of the time we were there, we figured out later that 8 dissertations and about 3 master's degrees had been finished in our house. So you could finish your work there.
Yeah. Productive household.
It was a productive household, and it changed over time in terms of who was living there. But I stayed. I was one of the ones who stayed for the long haul there. Wonderful place to live. We had a very supportive landlord, and and good neighbors. So it was a great place to live. My next door neighbor was a man who was in the math department at UMass, he and his wife and their young daughter. And years later, when I went to work at the Five College Consortium, he became the principal investigator on a project, a large National Science Foundation project that I was working on. And I think, I think initially he was certainly interested in the project, but I think initially it was because of just the good relationships we had as neighbors.
Yeah. Can you talk a bit about the composition of the cohorts of your program in terms demographically? You mentioned that there was a lot of international students and then a lot of Peace Corps folks. I'm also curious, just knowing the chronology, you're in your 40s at this point.
I went to grad school at the age of 45.
Yeah. And just how
I was not unusual in terms of age. I may have been a slightly older than some of the people, but not. There were people of all ages at the center. Some even older than me. One or two people who were in their 50s or 60s, mostly from the international cohort. But later on, a good friend of mine was a woman who had worked in the Amazon as for 20 years or more, and who came back to do some graduate work, not necessarily working on a degree, I think, but she came back. She was a Catholic nun who came back to do some work. So it was definitely an adult program with a variety of ages. And the students the international students tended to come from Africa and Southeast Asia, and a few from Latin America, but I would say the majority from Asian and African countries. Mm-hmm. But I developed very strong, lasting friendships with many of the international students as well as the students from the US. One of the people who came after I had been there for a while was a woman named Peggy Antrobus, and she was from Barbados, or lived in Barbados at the time, and she had been chosen by the Michael Manley government in Jamaica to set up a women's division within the new government when Manley was elected there. And so Peggy had been involved in all of the worldwide, the United Nations conferences on women. She had been involved in planning all of those conferences, was well known throughout the Caribbean for her work there and throughout the world. And she came to work on her doctorate while I was there, and we became very close friends. So it was, I don't want to say that the faculty was negligible, because they certainly weren't. They were important, good, there were faculty that you really enjoyed working with. But in this case, the whole notion of the center was that you could learn as much from each other as you could from the faculty. And that was the faculty's philosophy of education at the center. And it was certainly true. You could learn huge amounts from listening to someone who had worked at setting up a program in Namibia, for instance, or in Peggy's program in the West Indies. So it was, you could learn a lot from your fellow students. Mm-hmm. There was an awful lot of group work, again, because that was the philosophy of the faculty members. So group projects were a constant in our classes. There was not, the dissertation itself was probably the one thing that you really did on your own, your master's thesis and the dissertation. But otherwise, you were really encouraged to work in groups and work together. Cooperative learning.
And you also mentioned that after your first year of having the assistantship with the sociology professor that you became a full-time staff member and
Yeah. No, not full time. I was full time. Yes, I was full time actually.
yeah, and working in the resident
Yeah,
and
right.
working in human resources and teaching these writing classes. You also and you mentioned that you taught one class or 1 year of English as a second language.
I did, yes, I think that was probably one semester. And then uh, I did that because we needed somebody to do that, but my skills were more in the other kinds of programming that we were doing. And I was the in terms of our little hierarchy within that program, I think I was the director of the Next Steps program. I did become the director. I don't remember at what point. But so my job was really to create this series of classes that didn't have to do with English as a second language, but that had to do with um, just life skills, what I would call life skills. And the writing was a part of that. I was trying to think of some other examples. Uh, we would do things like on how to work effectively with your supervisor. Uh, we would do things on co-op learning, on group work, how to be a member of a group, um, those kind of courses. A lot of things around how to relieve stress because it was certainly an issue for everybody on the job. Um, and those courses usually would go for 8 to 10 weeks and would be 2 hours at a time. So we could do, but we also might do shorter workshops. You know, we might do a 4 hour series on reducing stress or something like that. But the writing classes went for at least 8 weeks, sometimes 10.
And two questions to follow up there. Can you describe a bit of who the workers were on the campus that
Yeah, we worked a lot with the AFSCME union, and those were people who they worked in the physical plant of the university. So they were people who took care of maintained the campus essentially. So we had people who worked in heating and air conditioning, people who worked as maintainers, they were called, were the people who cleaned the dormitories. They were the frontline workers on campus. And we had cafeteria workers. We always had cafeteria workers. And we very often were asked to do special trainings or workshops with the cafeteria staff. We had a very good relationship uh, with the director of food services who liked our work and wanted us to do work with his staff. So they ranged, and then, so those were people who were in the AFSCME union, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Workers. And then in addition to that, there was a secretaries union on campus, a clerical workers union. And so those two unions essentially made up our courses. After a while, we actually, the program shifted over time and we began to work much more, that our program, which had been quite separate from the rest of the staff training and development unit. And of course, the staff training and development unit did a lot of workshops and short-term courses with professional staff on campus. We were working more with the frontline workers. But over time, that began to shift and we actually worked together. And I did participate in some of the workshops with professional workers some years later in that program.
and in terms of the international component of the workers that a class on learning English would be required or something beneficial, can you talk about
I don't know that it was required, but people definitely needed it who came there. I mean, you had, and I think I mentioned this last time, you had situations where you would have a doctor, a medical doctor, or a person with a doctoral degree in their own country, who had been a professional in their own country, when they immigrated here, found themselves working as a dishwasher in the kitchens at UMass. So, because that's the job that they could get given their immigration status, I think, and lack of language skills. So all of those international workers actually needed the English as a second language class. And that was a track that our program offered. I said I taught it for one term, but it was a very important piece of what our program offered. And our program, I should also say that our program was supported in part. It had support from the university, human relations office, from the unions themselves. It also had a lot of support from the Massachusetts Department of Education and the Division of Adult Education Services. So I was sort of continuing to do education, adult education, but not in the same way. It wasn't as community oriented as it had been at Highlander, I think. But we later developed some courses that we actually did in communities through these grants from the Mass Department of Education. But initially it was all at the university. So it was adult education, but very almost instrumental. I would say most of the courses were sort of very skills based, with the exception of the writing class, which you really had to fight to, there was some sense that that was just, most of the supervisors felt that the courses we offered provided real skills to their workers. But the writing class was a little bit on the edge of that. That felt a little bit too luxurious to give people time off to write. But they did because they supported the program.
And so did the university have an arrangement that they were hiring, explicitly hiring immigrants or refugees, or was that just in the city of Amherst that a goodly number of people immigrants were settling there?
I don't think the university had I don't think they had a policy of hiring, but they certainly didn't have a policy of not hiring. I'm not sure how it developed. It may have developed with people, one family member becoming a student, a graduate student, and then bringing over other family members. But they're developed in that area. In the Amherst area, post-World War II, a large Polish community settled into that area, and it became a wonderful farming community, of many of them Polish farmers. So, but that had happened right after World War II. But at this point, people were beginning to come. There's a large community from Tibet. There's a large Tibetan community in the area now. And it's changed, and in this case, it's changed the landscape of Western Mass, because the Tibetan community is known for its stonework. They brought over there were one or two well-known stone craftsmen as a part of this Tibetan community, who began to do patios and little walls here and there. And you could actually see their impact on the land by the time I left. And I think that began to happen a little later, but there is a large Tibetan community there. The city of Springfield to the south of Amherst began to accept Somali refugees. And so a large Somali community developed around Springfield, and I believe a Russian community, although we did not work with either of those communities during the time I was there. But it was changing rapidly in much the same way I suspect other parts of the country were changing as refugee communities began to come in. But they were able to get jobs at the university, and you could certainly wash pots in a kitchen cafeteria without having great language skills. But if you wanted to do anything different than that, you would want to take the courses, and you would want to become fluent in English.
And in the course of time, you mentioned that your office also began offering communities or classes in the communities themselves, to
Right.
not just exclusively to workers of the university. Is that how it worked?
Right. I don't, I know we worked in a little rural community outside of Amherst. And we also did, we would occasionally be asked to do trainings or other things for other community, for other institutions, like one of the private schools in the area asked us to do some work with their staff. So we did that. But I remember this work in the community. We didn't do a lot of it out in the communities, but I remember this one in particular because I think as a Southerner, I had accepted the notion that it was the South that was rural and had more issues around low levels of education, poverty, etc. I did not expect to find this in Western Mass, which was really, on the surface, was dominated by not only the university, but the other 4 private elite colleges, and very wealthy in many ways. But when we went into this little community, I was stunned when we went around the room and people were introducing themselves to realize that there were the participants, maybe 7 or 8 in number, for the most part, lived in extreme poverty, had been on welfare for generations, and just had a difficult time. And it was very sort of a moment for me of learning that it's not just, this wasn't just happening in the South. This was in Massachusetts, which is by and large a much more wealthy state, and with much more social services. I mean, Massachusetts had always had much more backup for its citizens than Tennessee, I think, might have 10 years from now even. I should go ahead and talk a little bit about the dissertation, unless you have other follow-ups to the next work.
Probably quick follow-ups.
Yes.
So in this work, you eventually become the director of the Next Steps program. I wanted to ask, can you talk a bit about your background working for the Institute for Policy Studies, Southern Studies, Highlander? How did those things prepare you at all for this type of very professional human relations sort of work, if at all? Like, how did you make that work for yourself, I guess, is the better way to.
Well, for one thing, it meant I was on the university payroll full time with retirement plan for a little while, as long as I stayed in that position, certainly. And I worked full time, but I was also doing the educational work that I was doing felt very familiar and right. I loved thinking about what courses we would offer through Next Steps, and working with the workers themselves to sort of talk about what they needed or wanted or what would be a good course for them. So that part felt, it was clearly different than Highlander, and there wasn't as much of a political agenda, I think, but it was also, I think it was important. It was important to the lives of the people who were in the courses. That I felt was clear. People enjoyed being in the courses and learned from the courses and developed, you know, in this writing group that we had, right from in the very first class, I asked people, I gave people a prompt to write. And one man wrote about walking through his family home for the last time with it being empty, and then turning the key over to a real estate agent and the memories that that evoked. Now, the person who wrote this, and he was the first person to read out loud, which was, I knew enough about education at that point to know that that was important. Who modeled the reading out loud and what risk would be involved. But I didn't know them well enough to make a choice. So it was just who volunteered really to read that day. But this man, who stood about 6'3" or 4", big guy, worked in heating and air conditioning, read this just magnificent, evocative piece of work that he had just written, and choked up and cried in the reading because it was so difficult for him and so close to his heart, what he had written. And from that moment on, it gave everybody in the class permission to write from a very personal place. And I have always loved this man because I know that he changed those classes that day. You know, he gave it literally by giving permission for people to write from a personal place. It changed the character of those classes. From then on, it was even the next group of people. And very often they would stay in the writing class as long as they could. So I would very often have veterans, people returning to take classes again. But they were always, people shared deeply and personally in those writing classes. And so it was a haven of sorts for people to actually do that. And I'm not someone who's really, I like poetry, but I don't write poetry, and I haven't studied poetry. But there were people who were writing beautiful poetry in these classes as well. And that's why we decided to publish them, you know, to gather them. And we wanted people to have a record and to celebrate their work and for other people to know what they were doing. And so the very first time we did that and invited their supervisors, the tension in the room among the people who were in the class was just, you know, to the ceiling almost. And we had made the decision to spend money and do a very nice reception and make it a big event and send out invitations. And I think people were, you know, people were amazed at the work that their workers were able to do. Mm-hmm. And the support within that group of people in the writing class was as close as any of the workshops I was in at Highlander. I mean, they supported each other and held each other up in ways that were pretty amazing.
And was the prompt that you had originally given something very specific that this person deviated from that then changed?
I don't remember the specific prompt that I gave that day. I should, but I don't remember that prompt. But generally, the prompts that I would give, people would be able to go almost anywhere with them, and it depended on what came to them. All I wanted them to do was to just keep writing and not stop. There was a faculty member at the university named Peter Elbow, and Peter Elbow had come and done just 1 or 2 sessions with us at the Center for International Ed. And Peter Elbow had developed, I don't want to call it a format, but he had developed, he'd published at least 2 books by this time on writing. And he's the one who talked about just free writing, the importance of free writing and getting people to start writing and not stopping. And so I had been very enamored and taken with Peter Elbow's work, and certainly read his books after that, and used his methods in this class. So my intention was to just get people writing, and we weren't looking to publish anything when we started. That came much later. I just wanted them to learn to write, and but more importantly, to use writing as a way to get some feelings out, and think, to reflect. It was really about reflection about their lives, and so that was the intent there. But I think that first class sort of set the standard for what we did from then on. And I think the publication were called Writing Our Lives. And I can't remember. I know we did at least 2, but I think we did more. And that they continued after I left with other people leading the classes. I said I was a director. There was a friend of mine and I who went through grad school together and worked together in Next Steps. And sometimes I think we would be co-directors, and sometimes one of us would be director and the other would be director, depending on what our dissertation, our graduate work was about at the time, or who had the time to do it. Or I know at the end, she was off doing something else and I was the director, but we sort of shared that position off and on.
Nice.
But she stayed and continued to work after she came back full time when I departed to go to 5 colleges, and stayed there for a while as the director of the program.
Can you also make explicit the critique you were offering of USAID and why you didn't want to accept their funding?
Well, it came out of my radicalism from the 60s, where this is a bit difficult for me to think through, and I'm going to be thinking through it out loud as we talk here. It's not something I've actually really spent time reflecting on a lot, but certainly coming out of the 60s and the anti-imperialism movements, the anti-war movement in Vietnam, all of the work in Latin America, where much of the work of the USAID and the CIA and other, where the US government's work in those areas was suspect in terms of who it supported and the politics behind it and so forth. And there were examples that came forward years later of programs where indigenous women in Bolivia had been sterilized, things like that. So it was just a bit of a political principle with me at the time, that I didn't. I just wanted to get my financial support from another source. Now, it's not something I might do right now, for instance. One of the things about the Trump administration, I have to say, and I'm just going to be political here for a moment, partisan political, is that I have been shocked at the degree that I find myself in solidarity with members of with the intelligence community and the international development community. I mean, I think all of those people have acted with, good intentions and principles. So who knows whether it was a misplaced principle in 1986? I don't know, but it was something that I felt was important at the time, and I did.
Yeah. So I want to hear all about your dissertation and how you came, what the topic was and how you came to it. But leading into the dissertation, if I understand grad programs correctly, like you had to do a couple years of coursework, seminars, exams. And in the course of that, are there any particularly influential readings or people that you were encountering that were really shaping your thinking?
Yes. The answer is a definite yes, and I knew this when I went there. One of the reasons I wanted a structured grad program is that I wanted to do more research and thinking around the works of Paulo Freire, the Brazilian educator who had written a book called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And I wanted to learn more specifically about the popular education movement in Latin America. And so that was one of my primary goals in going there. And my advisor, David, supported me wholeheartedly in that. And so at a certain point after I'd been there several years, we actually developed an independent study course in popular education that we did ourselves. We didn't have David was the faculty advisor and met with us, but we actually developed the course and gave presentations to each other, picked out what we wanted to do, what areas we wanted to research, what programs we wanted to look at, and so forth. And then brought that to the group. So we organized that course. But
we being you and your fellow students?
We being me and maybe 5 or 6 other students that we, as I recall, we did it by invitation only, which I'm not sure how we actually got away with that, because it seems like we shouldn't have been able to do that it should have been open to any graduate student who wanted to come. But I think we wanted to have a group of people who we knew were interested in the subject matter and who had already had a little bit of knowledge about it. And so we worked both with Peter Park, the faculty member who was in the sociology department, who had done a lot. He was a very close friend of Paulo Freire, and he had done a lot of work with Paulo and around participatory research, and with David Kinsey, who was my advisor at the time to develop the course. But yes, that was that was my interest. You were encouraged at the center to work from your own interest and what you most wanted to pursue. So and the other reason I had gone to grad school is I wanted to look at the work at Highlander with a different eye. I wanted to look at it with a little bit of distance and to have some intellectual frames to look at it. And that's why the work, being able to look at Paulo's work and the work in Canada that was going on in popular education, and the books on popular education that were coming out of Canada, provided a way for me to do that, and which led directly into my dissertation, all of that.
And last time we talked, you mentioned that You told a story of having to go out to California to get Miles, who was out there and had become ill, and so
Right.
you were going out to, in part, escort him back home. And if I recall correctly, Freire was also out there at the time, and at some point you were sort of facilitating a conversation book between the two of them. And I think that the publication of that actually came to be
Yes.
once you were in grad school.
Yes, I think it, I don't remember the year it was published, but it did come about. Um, you, you're right. I had gone out to California and Paolo was there, and I had done a little interview with him, and he had gotten interested in that idea of doing what he called a talking book with Miles. And so I was not the only person facilitating those discussions. John Gaventa at Highlander, who was a director at the time, um, and some other folks there on the staff worked to set up, because I was in Amherst and we were bringing Paolo to Highlander. And then I brought with me to Highlander one of my fellow students, a man named Mario Acevedo, who was from Colombia and who had done extensive work on popular education in Colombia. And Mario and I were often in the same classes. We were close friends. And I knew that he knew a lot about the work in Latin America that Paolo had done. So he came with me to Highlander to participate in the interviews. And because we had a number of people at Highlander who could be important in these conversations, we actually did a group interview. It was an unusual setup, I think, but it wasn't me talking with Miles and Paolo or John talking with Miles and Paolo. It included, sometimes it was different depending on the day, and I think we spent about a week, and we did the interviews and conversation every day. So it took place over a series of days. And there might be different people in the room, but all of whom worked on the Highlander staff and were engaged in education at the time. I know one of the people, maybe two of the people who were engaged, was a woman named Victoria Creed, and her coworker who ran the Southern Appalachian Leadership Training Program were involved in some of the conversations. I don't know that Brenda Bell was involved in the conversation, but Brenda, through her graduate work at the University of Tennessee, became one of the editors, worked on editing the book and putting it together some years later. So it was a group effort on, a cooperative effort on our part at Highlander. I think John, Mario, and I were there every day in the interviews. I think we were consistently there during the interview process. But it really wasn't, I think I talked earlier on this about my interviews with Clay East, who taught me a lot about doing oral history interviews, because Clay was just so full of stories, but they didn't have anything to do with the questions that I wanted to ask. And I didn't understand that his stories actually would get at my questions if I would just let him do it. And in many ways, I found these conversations with Miles and Paolo to be extraordinarily challenging, because you had, in my mind, you had two men whose philosophy of education was about learning from each other and talking with each other, but it was and dialogue with each other. So I had imagined going into this set of interviews that it would be a dialogue where they would converse. And for some reason, for both of these men, for one, they didn't know each other extremely well when we went into the interviews together. They didn't know each other as personally as they did over time. They respected each other's work, but the way they chose to do this, and it may have been because of the awkwardness of having a lot of people in a circle with them, but the way they chose to do this was to tell each other stories. So I felt like the series of interviews ended up being one man talking, then the other man talking, then you know, and the kind of dialogue that I was looking for, that I thought would happen. You know, I think it did happen, but in a different way through this series of stories. But that book was edited into a book called Making the Road by Walking. And it's, I believe that phrase is one from Palo, who talks about how you don't have to know where you're going. You just have to start making the road and walking it in order to get there. You won't always know exactly where you're going, and you have to have faith that you'll get there. So you don't have to have a blueprint always for where you're going. And so I think it's been a good addition to the educational literature. Now, Palo, you know, multiple books have been published with Palo, many of them talking books by people in the education field. And he himself published a number of books, one of them called Letters to Christina, Letters to his Daughter. And he had, in addition to the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he had several other books at the time when I entered graduate school that I was also reading and looking into. Palo is a Brazilian educator, very heady in some ways, but very on the ground in terms of the work he did around literacy in Brazil. And so it's a combination of a brilliant intellect and someone who's actually finding a way to teach people to read, and in much the same way the citizenship schools at Highlander did, finding a way to teach people to read and to become active citizens. So those two things were always twinned in the citizenship school effort. In the citizenship school, it was an intention to get people to vote, to become active citizens to vote. And in Palo's case, to get people active in social activism in their communities, to become, the way he framed it was to become agents in their own lives, not as somebody, not as a victim or not as someone who has no power over their circumstances, but to begin to see themselves as people who through their actions can begin to have agency in their own lives. And that was the kind of work that I was most interested in. And I felt that that's what we were doing in the Highlander workshops, but Palo's work provided a frame, an intellectual frame for part of that. So I used, you know, the first, I decided after I had been there, I did my master's and my dissertation very quickly together. I think I got the master's in 1990, partly because I forgot to bother about the master's degree, to tell you the truth. And David Kinsey came to me one day and said, Sue, we really have to file this paperwork, because I'd completed all the coursework and I was actually getting ready for my comprehensive exams. And he said, we really have to complete the paperwork for your master's degree. So we did that and got that out of the way. And then, but I was well into the work on the dissertation by that time, when we did that paperwork, as I called it. But I decided that that what I really wanted to do was to have I wanted to have a way of looking at my own experience, but looking at it through the lives and works of other women. I felt that that would be helpful to me to sort of put my own experience within a broader context of other women who had done or were doing similar work. And so I wanted to go and talk to women who had been involved in social action and were doing educational work around social action. And so I outlined a research project that was based on doing oral interviews with women popular educators, is the way I framed it. And I ended up doing, and I knew because of my friendships and work with the Canadians over time, very close friendships, I knew that I would find a number of women that I could interview in Toronto, in the Toronto area. And then, so I did a combination of, and I wanted it to be international. And I had met some women through the International Council on Adult Education, through the women's program there. And I figured that through conferences or meetings where we might be, I might be able to get certain interviews with people. And so I did that, and I ended up interviewing 10 women. One was from, had grown up in Puerto Rico, lives now in Costa Rica, had been very involved in Nicaragua. One was one of the women who had worked at Highlander in the early days. Another person had worked through the church in Canada. Another woman had worked with a Filipino woman had worked with domestic workers in Canada. Another from Ecuador had worked with immigrant workers in Canada. So another had started a theater group in Jamaica. Trying to think, remember, I should have taken some notes for myself. But a range of popular education work. One of the other women had been a primary force behind the participatory research group in Canada. But all of them had extensive experience doing popular education and working inside social change organizations, popular education organizations. And so I was just trying to get at, what I wanted to know was what the work itself was like, how they did the educational work, and what it meant in terms of their daily work. I wanted to know the kind of dailiness of doing the work. And because I knew from my own experience that it involved, a lot of proposal writing and newsletter editing and meetings and organizational work and all of those things, and I assumed it did the same for other people. But within that, trying to have your eye on something else that was larger around working with people about consciousness raising and trying to empower people to be more active in their own lives. So that was what the series of, and I read as background, I did all the popular education material, but I also did a lot of feminist methodology during that time, which the graduate program allowed me the time to do, which I never would have gotten the time to do that had I not been in that kind of program where that was part of my job at the time, was to do that for the dissertation. And so I ranged widely in terms of the reading and the research that I did prior to doing the interviews, and then did the interviews. And then I ended up having to choose because I had done 10. I had to collapse a lot of it into sort of a broad look, and then chose to profile, I believe, 5 of the women, do short profiles on 5 of them. And it was heartbreaking to not be able to profile all of the people that I had interviewed and spent time with. But the interviews, I did pretty much life history interviews. So I would do, to the extent that I could in terms of the travel, range, you know, we're at 3 to 5 hours at a minimum, and very often a lot more. And I was, you know, I had to adhere to all of the university guidelines around human subjects review and all of those things. But I, from the beginning, said to people that I would be using it for the dissertation, that I would make sure they had a full copy of the transcript and a copy of the tape, which I sent to everybody after doing the interviews, and that they could use it in any way they wanted, and encouraged, you know, because many of them should have been writing about their own lives, and I was hoping that they would be able to use the interviews in their own work and writing. And then when I actually left Amherst some years, you know, some 15 years later, and was looking at my archive of material, I made certain to resend a lot of that information to people again, in case they had lost it or misplaced it or whatever. So that, because I had duplicates of everything, of course. I did get help transcribing the interviews. That was, I just made the decision that I could not do that. So one of the secretaries in the School of Ed took the tapes home with her at night and helped with the transcription. And so, but I always feel that you have to have the voice in your head when you're editing or working with the transcript. So I also listened to them again, but I did have help with the transcript. The dissertation was called Women in Popular Education, or something to that effect. And it's digitized at UMass. UMass digitized all of their dissertations, which I'm very grateful for.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. But it was for me, I did feel, you know, as I was interviewing and working with these women, it did provide a way to think about my own work. I mean, that was the, you know, I just wanted, I could, for years, and I know this drove my advisor crazy, I called it my project instead of my dissertation. But it was just, that was what I needed to have a way to think about my work at Highlander and in SOC and SNCC and all of the social action work I had done. I needed a way to think about it and reflect on it. And I felt like this helped me see myself within this larger context.
And what was it that you ultimately saw or discerned?
Well, I'd have to go back and reread my dissertation to see what these lessons were, and I haven't done that recently, and don't plan to actually. But I just from recall, one of the things that was really quite startling to me, but then shouldn't have been, I think, was how reluctant women were to take leadership roles inside organizations. Partly because when women did that, they did it differently, I think. And it meant, it often meant separating yourself from other women, because if you were in a leadership position, you had to figure out how to then have the solidarity and cooperation that you'd had before you were in that position. So I found that leadership positions were very often conflicting for women, and that made ultimate sense to me, because to be in a leadership role, you have to separate yourselves out. You have to separate yourself out to some extent, and that meant internal conflict for all of the women involved. And so that was a recurring, and very often meant that women did not want to step into those roles, even though they were the ones who clearly could have and should have. And whether or not they would have support when they did that from other women inside the organizations. And again, it was that women were very often more expected to do both kinds of things. They were expected to be in a leadership role, but also to do all of the background administrative work that they had been doing prior, perhaps. So there was a lot of things that you had to negotiate, both with the men and women inside the organizations. I participated, I think I told you before about a workshop at Highlander where women had, when the subject was on economic development, women had talked very personally about violence inside the family. And in the course of doing these interviews, I was in another meeting in Toronto with Native women and women who were in a group of international women who had come. And the entire conversation in that exchange of experiences focused on violence inside families. And so as far as I know, in terms of the interviews with the women that I interviewed, they dealt with this in their work, but it was not a personal issue for any of the women that I interviewed. There were, I don't think they would have stayed inside any relationship where that was a factor. But it was clearly more, it made me understand how hidden women's issues can be inside organizations who are not willing to go there. And that was often the case in the social change organizations, which were all about demands made around poverty, equity, whatever, but not so much personal issues that women might be having inside the household. I loved doing my project. It was, you know, I did it over a number of years. I did it, I would travel if I could get I traveled off and on to Canada for, it seemed to me, for a very long time. I always loved being in Canada. I love my friends there. I would drive to Canada in a straight shot from Amherst in 9 hours and get there and stay for a week and do a series of interviews. But then I would also arrange to meet someone who was in the country from the Philippines, maybe in Canada, maybe in New York City, maybe somewhere else, and do an interview with them. I interviewed one woman, the woman from Costa Rica. I interviewed her on out in the Hamptons one summer when she was up to see a friend, which was great. And just wherever I could get a chance, I would do the interviews.
Can you talk a bit about your decision to focus the project on women's experiences in popular education?
Well, I mean, the primary thing was I was looking for a lens to look at my own experience. And I think part of that decision came from the reading I was doing around feminist methodology and the beginning to do away with the distinctions between subjective, you know, thinking that you had to be um, objective rather than subjective, and to be able to bring the subjective into an interview. So from the very get-go, when I would set up to do these interviews, I found that I didn't often do it, but the format, and sometimes I did, was that it might well be a conversation where we were trading experiences as well as, so when I would do the oral history interviews, I would be as careful as I could be to never enter the conversation, but to be the question maker, but to never include myself in a dialogue with someone. And when I can't remember the particular readings I had done that made me think about that differently, but when I set about to do these interviews, I knew that I wasn't going to be that way in these interviews. That if I wanted to have a conversation and a back and forth with someone about their experience, then I would do that inside the interview. I didn't ever see that as being a part of the, and it could have been a part of the final product, but it was just that I wanted the interviews themselves to be different. I wanted them to be more of a dialogue and I don't think they were, I certainly was not a major voice inside any of the interviews, but sometimes I would do that. And the interviews had a different quality because of that, I think. I don't think I have anything else to say about the dissertation, unless you have follow-up.
Not that I can think of now. I'm
Okay.
intrigued. I'm happy to know that it is digitized and available online. That's
Yeah.
a great resource for anybody listening to this.
Yeah.
So you said that it took you 10 years to complete the project, and much of that time you were working full time. And then when you do complete it, what happens next?
Well, I started job hunting, actually, and I didn't know. I was a little bit, I thought, oh. But with the degree in hand, I still had my job at the university. I was still working in the program there. So I knew that I could stay there and sort of take my time looking at, and by this time I'm 55 years old. So I'm not someone who's going to be easy on the job market, especially any job market that's associated with academia at this point. And I didn't know what I wanted either. I mean, I had, the only thing that I knew, I think, and it was that I wanted to do something different. I felt like with the dissertation that I had brought something together in terms of my own work, my prior work, and that I had lived inside, the work of Paulo Freire and popular education and so forth. And I felt like it was time for me to learn something new, frankly, because I felt like if I went back to Highlander, for instance, which I didn't really consider seriously, but if I had gone back into working in another organization like that, I think I would have heard myself saying the same things and having the same answers for things. So I felt like it was really time for me to learn something new and to be challenged in what I was doing. And that was sort of all that was what I was thinking at the time. So I was open. I mean, what that meant is that I was open to what possibilities were. I interviewed for a job as being the director of they were establishing at that point the Eleanor Roosevelt Center in New York. And I interviewed to be the director of that job. I did not get it, but I liked going through the process, and it certainly had some possibilities. I think they were a little leery that I wasn't the person to do the big fundraising and so forth, and I probably wasn't. Um, I also interviewed for a position at Antioch University in Yellow Springs to be a faculty member in their co-op program. And I didn't, so I went out to Yellow Springs and I did the interviews, and I wasn't sure. I'm just going to let this phone go for a minute. So I wasn't particularly sure about how the interviews had gone. And then much to my surprise, I was offered the position, and it just put me into a absolute crisis of decision making. I'm not really good at making decisions. And this meant moving to the middle of the country, joining a program that it felt to me might have some issues in it. But I was also, on the job market, and you're always in those kind of situations, and especially at my age, I was thinking I may never get another offer. I mean, I need to take this, because who am I to think I'll get another job offer? And this is a good job offer, but I turned it down. And thankfully I turned it down, because it really wasn't for me. And it turned out that Antioch was in trouble at that time, and later closed its doors, and stayed closed for several years before they reopened. So that was, I think I dodged a bullet there in some ways. Although I certainly liked the philosophy behind the Antioch approach, the cooperative education, and it would have been a place where I could have learned a lot. So I didn't do that. And then one of my friends suggested that a good friend of mine in Amherst suggested that I apply for a position at the 5-College Consortium, which was in Amherst. And it was called the Director of the Public School Partnership. And I said to him, I don't do K through 12 education. I'm an adult educator. I don't know much about K through 12 education. And he says to me, Sue, this is working with teachers. This is adult education. You would be perfect for it. And you would have to learn about K through 12 education. And so I took it as an interim position initially. They were, for some reason, they were hiring it as an interim, and then I had to go through, so I was appointed. I went through a series of interviews even for the interim position. And then after I'd been there for a year, I went through another series of interviews to keep the position. And by that time, I knew that I wanted to be there. So it worked well for me, because I could sort of try it out and see if it worked. So the 5-College Consortium is an organization based in Amherst that started in the 1960s when the 3 private colleges at the time, actually in the 1950s, when Smith College, Mount Holyoke College, Amherst College, and the University of Massachusetts set up a consortium to work together because they're in close geographic proximity. Amherst College is located in Amherst, of course, very near the university. Mount Holyoke is in South Hadley, within 10 miles of the university. And Smith College is across the river to the west, again, within 10 miles of the university. So they were all in close proximity together, and realized there were some programs they could do better together than alone. And so they developed a collaborative model of working together on some things. And one of the brilliant things they did very early was set up a bus system that both worked for residents in the valley and between the colleges, so that students could take courses at any of the colleges and get credit for it. So, and you didn't have to go through, you could just register. You didn't have to get special permission or anything. If an Amherst College student wanted to take a course at the university, they could. And if a UMass student wanted to take a course at Amherst, they could. In the 1960s, they helped establish Hampshire College, which became a part of the collaborative. So it became known as the the formal name was Five Colleges Incorporated, but it was called the Five College Collaborative, and really depended on collaborative work around among the 5 institutions. So it was so I landed in this atmosphere of an institution that had a staff. It had a staff of about 12 to 15 people most of the time I was there, and it worked on all levels. So the presidents of the five colleges were the executive board of Five Colleges Inc. So they were the decision makers, and they met once or twice a year. And then the real decision makers in terms of the daily work, I would say, or how the colleges collaborated, were the deans, were particular deans from the 5 institutions. And the deans met monthly at the 5 College Collaborative in the building. And we were located in a big old house adjacent to the Amherst College campus, wonderful facilities to work in. And so the deans would meet on a regular basis. And then there would be, every day, there would be multiple meetings in our we had 2 conference rooms, and there would be multiple meetings, and it would range from the Native American Studies Association, which would be faculty members who taught Native American Studies at any of the institutions. They met together on a regular basis. The African Studies people met together on a regular basis to think about courses, to collaborate on courses, to bring scholars from abroad for fellowships through the 5 College program. So all of that collaborative work, both on a faculty level and on a programmatic level, so that in addition to having these academic collaborations, you also had people, for instance, who were doing disability services inside the institutions. They met together to talk about their work and to figure out how they could support and collaborate together. And even the 5 College recycling system and the physical plant people would meet together to talk about energy resources and so forth. So the major intent was to do better working together, do something they could do better working as 5 rather than as 1. And it ranged from faculty appointments to recycling material in some cases. And the program that I was in charge of was a particular program around outreach that had started. I arrived in 1997, in January of 1997, and I think it had started in the 80s, because the person I replaced had been there for 13 years as the director, and she was retiring. And the intention of this program was to encourage collaboration between the colleges and the public schools, and public and private schools in the area. Even though it was called the Public School Partnership, we always worked with a few of the private schools as well. So I had a lot to learn about K-12 education, and it was that first year was very intense, a very high learning curve, and in many ways was exactly what I'd been looking for, because I had to put in the time and effort to do it. But it was something that I could learn quickly, because it had to do with structures and as much as pedagogy in some ways. And I never did instructional work with teachers around education, around pedagogy in the classroom. But most of our work focused on helping teachers with the content of what they were teaching. So I wouldn't do what the School of Education would do in terms of teaching people how to manage a classroom or how to develop curriculum or any of those things. But what my job was to work with faculty at the university to help people, to help teachers more around their intellectual development, with ongoing intellectual development and professional development in the class, so that they were bringing the latest scholarship into the classroom. And when I arrived at just as I was going into the position. They received word from the National Science Foundation that they had received a 5-year, $5 million grant from the National Foundation, so National Science Foundation, to do this collaborative project between the schools and the math and science departments at all 5 of the colleges. And actually, this included the 5 colleges, but it also included 3 community colleges in the area. And so my job was to work with the teachers and supervisors in the schools, but to also work with the faculty member at the colleges that were not UMass. So the members of the 5 colleges that were not UMass, because the project itself was based at UMass. But we were one of the consortium was one of the major partners. So I learned a lot very quickly, both about the school systems and about working with faculty members in math and science departments. And one of the director of the project that I worked on was a faculty member who'd been in the physics department for years. And he had gotten on very well with my predecessor in the program. But so he wasn't sure that he wasn't sure how he would work with me. And he tended to, he was a physicist. He tended to bark at people. And he would, he was a long-term tenured professor. And in one of our very early meetings, I was arranging something and he kind of barked at me and was unhappy with the way I was doing it or something. And I thought, I can either go away and cry, or I can tell this man to back off. And I decided on the latter. And from then on, we had a decent working relationship. But I actually had to stand up for myself and to really assume that I could do this position and work with these faculty members. And it was a challenge, but I did do it. And that leadership team of that project stayed together for the entire 5 years of that project. And I developed a very close friendship and with there was one other woman faculty member as a part of that leadership team, but we all got on very well. Even the director and I got on very well after that first little encounter. And we stayed together for the entire 5-year period. So that dominated my work though, math and science, which I had no background in, and to tell you the truth, not much interest. But it wasn't my job to either teach math or science. It was my job to coordinate the educational efforts. And that was both a combination of administrative, taking care, making sure that faculty members, we were giving individual grants to people, and to make sure that there was a seamless work between the schools and the college faculty. And so that's really what the partnership itself was all about. So that's where I learned the job, really. And that dominated the first 5 years of the work there. But I was also there was an ongoing series in Native American studies that had been going on, and I kept that going for a long time. Well, forever. I think it's still going on. And developed other programs alongside that big National Science Foundation grant. And one of the programs I developed, which I was most proud of, was a program called Teachers as Scholars, because I felt that teachers were often, they were very often, especially elementary teachers, were often treated in much the same way their students were. They were seen as not learn as sort of low-level learners in some ways. They weren't seen as intellectuals who wanted to keep up in their profession. And this was true, especially if you were an elementary school teacher rather than a high school teacher, for instance. And so there was a program that ran out of Princeton University called Teachers as Scholars, which we became associated with pretty early on, and began to offer courses for teachers in the area, open to any of the teachers who wanted to come, that really was about their intellectual development. So we did one course was on Sylvia Plath and Emily Dickinson, for instance, as two poets. And that was that was done with people through the humanities program at UMass. We were a part of a network of Teachers as Scholars programs. So that continued for a while. We weren't able to, that program nationally sort of stopped after a while, and we weren't able to continue it on our own. But it did inform, it continued to inform the work I did, which was to take seriously the notion of teachers as learners, and that teachers had an intellectual life and who wanted to continue learning and to grapple with ideas rather than just how to manage a classroom. So over time, after I'd been there for about 5 or 6 years, I thought, well, maybe I should think whether I want to do something else. And then I thought, I like this place, and I have room. What was always clear to me there is I had room to develop programming ideas. So I could be as creative as I wanted to. For instance, I had developed the Teachers as Scholars program because I had heard about the program. I went to a meeting, brought back the information, and developed the program. So I had a lot of leeway in terms of program development and where I wanted to put my energies. Excuse me. So after I'd been there for a while, I made a conscious decision to stay in the position, and I ended up being there for 16 years. I arrived in 1997 and retired from there in 2013. And over the course of this time, we later developed another National Science Foundation grant for working with math teachers, which is ongoing to this day. There's a series of, I'm still on a mailing list and get mailings from that program. And that was great fun. I, who am totally paranoid about math, loved working with the mathematicians. They were some of my favorite people in the departments. And this friend of mine who had been a neighbor in my graduate house became the principal investigator on that program, and we worked together and he and several other people in the math department at UMass and other institutions worked together for a long time. And that program is ongoing. We developed our Native American Studies program. We eventually, I wrote a grant through the National Humanities, National Humanities Program to do a summer institute on Native American Studies with teachers from all across the country. Because I knew that at UMass and the 5-college area, we had the most amazing group of faculty members working on Native American Studies, especially in the New England area. And so we had the resources, so why not make it available to people? And so we wrote the NEH grant and got it. And that program also is still going. They still do a summer institute. They've been able to keep that program going since I left. So that program started the year that I retired. So I developed the program, but I only visited the first summer institute where I got to meet the people that I'd been in touch with. But fortunately, it's still alive and well. And we did 2 international study trips because that was also clearly an interest of mine. We did a study trip to Southeast Asia. So I would work with the school districts to choose teachers from those districts who might benefit from a trip to Southeast Asia and be able to use it in their classrooms when they got back. And so I developed and worked on that trip, and it was a great success. And then several years later, we did another one to South Africa. And on that trip, I went along as the project director on that trip and worked with my good friend at the university, Joy Bowman, as the faculty project advisor on that trip. So we ended up touring with, we had a group of 13 that included both elementary and high school teachers. And we drove around, we had a bus. These study abroad, their Fulbright Hays program, you spend from 28 to 32 days in country. And so we were in South Africa for around 30 days and drove, I would say we did about 3/4 of the country in a bus, going all around and meeting with various educators, both K-12 educators and college educators and community organizations. And this was, we were there in 2007, so it was well after Mandela was no longer the president, but all of the things that Mandela and the new South African government had put into place was what we were looking at. So we went to all of them. That's my phone, I'm sorry. So I didn't know, during the trip, I thought, I wonder how people will use this when we get back. But the most amazing thing to me is that over the next year, we continued to meet after we returned. We met together a few times. And over the next year, every teacher who had participated in that group developed curriculum in their classroom as a result and brought that learning into their classrooms, which had been the intent of it, for them to look at the new South Africa post-apartheid and to develop curriculum materials around that. So that was one of the best programs I think I participated. Well, it was one of the programs I enjoyed the most because I got to go and learn along with them. One of the last programs I developed, I spent 10 years, the last 10 years I was there, working with an urban school district in Springfield, which is to the south of Amherst. And people sometimes refer to the Springfield Holyoke area. They often called it, said that it was separated from the Five College area with a quote, tofu curtain, because you had the Five College sort of middle class, wealthy area, and then you had these 2 large urban centers to the south. And not at the point I arrived in 1997, not so much collaboration or work done in the urban communities, although the partnership had worked in Springfield. So there was some history in terms of my program there. But I developed, working with the director of social studies for the Springfield Public Schools, we applied for a grant called Teaching American History. And we ended up, because again, we had the most incredible resources at our disposal. We had the entire history to faculties at the 4 private elite institutions. And we also had the graduate history program at the University of Massachusetts. So I knew there were faculty members to work with that would help with this program. And so we started that, developed and got the first grant for that program, and then proceeded over the next, I think we ended up getting, we either got upwards of $5 million over a period of time to run those programs and to pay pay teachers to come to 3-week summer institutes on teaching American history. And then I could work with the faculty then at all the universities, both at our 5 and range farther if I wanted to, which I very often did, because I was able to bring people in from the Boston area, for instance, or other places. So that was, and I loved doing that, of course, because I love history. So finally I was involved in a program where I knew actually was able to add something to the content of the program. And I actually enjoyed the process of writing the proposals, not so much writing the proposal, but thinking conceptually about what the program would look like over a 3-year period, because we wrote the grants in 3-year increments. And so, you know, how to plan a 3-year program in terms of ongoing education for teachers in this content area, which at that point was really beginning to take a back seat to math and science. The emphasis was really on math and science education, and certainly not social studies in general, and often not American history. There would be blocks of time given to American history, and people would have to do the full scoop of American history in 2 semesters. So it was challenging in terms of what the teachers needed, but I knew we had the resources to do it, and we had some really amazing sessions. But I ended that we had done over the course of doing that work. I had used my network of friends from the civil rights movement and to come in and provide sessions for people. So I was able to bring in Judy Richardson, for instance, who had worked on the Eyes on the Prize series to do workshops with us, and to bring in Charlie Cobb, who had written a book about a travel itinerary program for studying the civil rights movement. So I was able to get, to use my own network of friends, essentially, to come in and help with a lot of the programming. And so one of the things we decided to do working, and this was actually, I think it was a suggestion of the director of social studies in Springfield, we decided to do a civil rights tour as a part of this program, because we had been consistently doing that, bringing that, but we wanted to take people to the sites. We wanted to actually take people, and we always used every resource that was available to us, especially museums, for instance. We did a lot of museum education. And so I developed a week-long itinerary that started in Memphis and ended up in Birmingham, Alabama. And we started with the National Civil Rights Institute in Memphis, the big museum there, and then went south to Mississippi to several museums there. The newest museum that just recently opened in Jackson was not open, was still in the planning stages at this time. This would have been in 2013 that we did this. Then we went to Selma, Alabama. We went to Gee's Bend, Alabama, where the quilting co-op is, and ended up in Birmingham at the 16th Street Baptist Church and the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. So we did, and we had, in each of those places, we drew on local people who could help us. For instance, we toured the Delta. We spent one whole day in the rural areas of the Mississippi Delta with a man who had been an organizer for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the 1960s and still lived in Greenwood, Mississippi. So that was a part of the program. And it was an amazing trip with teachers that I had worked with over a period of time, who by that time knew each other pretty well. they were a good group to work with. And Charlie Cobb came along as sort of a faculty member with us on the trip. And we took off. We flew to Memphis and then boarded a bus and did the rest of it by bus, and then flew home from Birmingham. So it was a great way to end, for me, that program, because I was going back and picking up on something that I had experienced, years earlier, but now looking at it through a lens of how to teach the civil rights movement. And it was I think it was a wonderful experience, both for the teachers and for us. At some, I guess I don't have a lot more to say about my work at the partnership, unless you want to do some follow-up questions. I want to talk a little about the book that I did while I was working there with other women in the civil rights movement.
Yes, I do have just two questions about working at the consortium. So your title was the director of?
I think I was called, I was the director. I think the official title was coordinator of the partnership program. It was changed to director later on.
And can you describe sort of what going back to your work on your dissertation, sort of the daily work that you were doing, and the rhythms, and although you are working in an academic setting, but also with primary and secondary school teachers, just the daily rhythms, but also the other sort of temporal rhythms of school calendars.
Yeah.
What that, how was.
I'm one of those people who's never had really great boundaries around work, I think. And as I said, I was on a huge learning curve with this. And so a day's work for me would often start at 8:30 in the morning and not end until 9:30 at night. I mean, I was sort of notorious for being in the office after everybody else had left. And part of that was I had a heavy workload because of the sort of coordination of the four institutions, the four private institutions in this big NSF project, and also trying to develop other programs as I went. But the dailiness of it involved, meeting with the 5 principal investigators on the big project on a weekly basis, and planning for that. But also in the interim, being in touch with all of the faculty members at the 4 colleges who were a part of the program, encouraging them to submit their projects, to working with them around their budgets, working with our business office to get them paid. There was a lot of what I call administrivia, but it wasn't trivia at all. It was big box that we were handling. And small, we were taking big money and turning it into small research projects around teaching. So, but it involved a lot of just staying on top of it. And so I had to learn quite early to work with my business office. I didn't do the work myself, but I had to learn to work with the business office to get that done. I had an assistant. I inherited an assistant at the project. So I always had someone who could work with me and I could turn. But my preferred way of working with an assistant is not to have someone to do assistantship work as much as take on chunks of things and help me in that way. I'm not good at asking people to do work that I wouldn't want to do, frankly. So I over time, figured out a way to to work with assistants in a way that I could turn over huge chunks of work for them so that they would coordinate the work around the payments or whatever. So, and I worked with some amazing people, actually. One of the ones who came to work for me got interested in teaching and left to become a teacher. And then I had to hire somebody else. But I had good people to work with, but I did have help in terms of the daily work, getting that done.
And those are full-time staff people.
Those were full-time staff people that were, yeah, they were full-time staff people. And a part of then I had meetings, we had weekly meetings as quote, senior staff. So all of the program staff at the consortium, at the 5-college consortium, we would meet with the director on a weekly basis. And we would be in that, you know, we'd start at 10 o'clock in the morning and go until 1 o'clock or so. And each of us giving reports on our areas, talking about what we were doing, keeping communication flow wide open, talking about the meetings that were upcoming, getting a report on what had happened in the dean's meeting, because that was always essential. What the deans were thinking and talking about was we had to have the support of the deans in everything that we did. After I'd been there for 5 years, there was a program review. And so I had to spend time managing that. And they didn't have an outside review. They asked me to handle the review and then submit a report to the deans, which I did. And I think I did that twice during the time I was there, because I was there for a while. So there was a lot of administrative work, but also there was room for this more creative, conceptual side of the work as well. I really, over time, once I lost my shyness about not being a math and science person, and realized that what I brought to the table was a lot of experience in education, and that was the bottom line, what we were about. I really enjoyed the meetings of the PIs on this big, massive National Science Foundation project, partly because we worked well together, but we also really did a lot of problem solving and, you know, planning, did some long range planning about where we wanted to go. It was a good place to talk about various ways that people learn. The colleges, a lot of what that project was about was more about changing the way math and science were taught at the college level than about how it was taught in the public schools. And the theory that had been a big part of the proposal to NSF had been that the faculty at the universities could learn a lot from K-12 teachers about group project learning and doing something other than lecturing at their students. So we were actually introducing faculty members to new ways of teaching. And there was, of course, some pushback, because lecturing is, if you've done lecturing all your life and you think that's the way to go, then that's how people wanted to go. But there were many who were really interested in doing project-based learning and figuring out ways to do collaborative learning that they hadn't thought about before. And so some of the big lecture courses were trying some of these things out. So it was kind of, you know, it was an interesting work. The work itself was really interesting in terms of what people were doing and what we were hearing back and putting together and so forth. And then I continued to meet with the Native American group this whole time. That was a whole different, you know, group of teachers that I worked with over a period of time. But in that my work was literally more of an educational planner, figuring out who to invite to do programs that might be helpful to teachers, scheduling them to come in and do particular workshops or sessions. And I was always lucky to have, I had an advisory committee from the beginning, but there were certainly, I would say there were 5 or 6 faculty members that worked with me very closely the whole time I was there. So if I had a question about the Native American series, I knew to call the person at Smith College and talk it through, and or ask him to do a certain thing. I had a lot of good resources at my fingertips always, and willing, and there was my predecessor had done a very good job of getting faculty members interested in working with K-12 schools. So I inherited, a good group of people who were already doing that and already interested in that and knew how to do that. Not all faculty members at the colleges knew how to work with teachers. I had some near disasters, but I had what I call one total disaster where a faculty member came in and was, I think, intimidated. I don't know, but just a total disaster of a day. And he was one of my, I had not met him before this, but he was one of my heroes because he had done remarkable scholarly work around the Farm Security Administration photographs. And the Farm Security Administration photographs are very close to my heart. I think they're a remarkable collection, and I've always loved them and used them and so forth. And but it didn't work. And when it didn't work, you just didn't do it. You didn't go there again. But for the most part, it always worked.
And were the participants always compensated, particularly the faculty participating in these programs, or?
Not always. Sometimes we had funding to help with compensation, and sometimes we didn't. So not always. And I did feel that I could ask if we didn't have the funding, but when I could, my goal was to, if I asked people to do something, was to pay them for their time. And that included both faculty and the teachers in the districts. The teachers needed to get, because, to maintain their certification, they needed so many additional professional development hours as a part of their certification process. So they were all the time looking for something that was interesting for them to do. And that's why they would, if they had a particular interest in, for instance, Native American studies or history, then this would be a good way to do that. And the Teachers as Scholars program, we certainly didn't there. I don't think we had money to pay teachers. My goal was to offer it for free and to pay the faculty a small stipend, but we really didn't have that. We didn't have money to pay people for that.
And the deans that you were working with, myself working in higher ed admin and understanding some of the ways that people are evaluated, supervised.
Yeah.
Were these programs and the efforts of the faculty member, was there an agreement that from the deans that this would be considered as recognized service, that the faculty members would be, it would count towards their professional work? And
it really depended on the dean. At a place like Hampshire, which was based on, the whole Hampshire model was really around experiential education. So yes, that would be the case. But otherwise, it would depend on who the dean. There was always an interest, I think, in the outreach, and people wanted, on a theoretical level, people wanted to do good for the community, and that included and many of them had their kids in the public schools. In the area, so there was some interest there, but many of them sometimes had their kids in the private schools as well. But we had a good deal of support. I don't think, for the most part, the deans as a group, were always supportive of the partnership. And part of that was because both the directors that I worked for, and I worked with two directors over the period of time, the director of the consortium itself, the executive director, were always good advocates for our work. After I had been there about 3 years before I retired, the director who had hired me retired from her position as ED. And so a new person came in, and you're always nervous in those situations about whether they will be that supportive of the program. But it turned out that the next person was incredibly supportive of the program, and really liked what he had been reading about us, and offered help immediately would add, make additional offers to help me do certain things. If he saw that I needed something, he would make sure it got done. And one of the things I did, my program was I had a lot of independence in my program, because I was working with both the schools and the faculty, but not in the same way that another staff member may have been working with, say, the group on dance or drama, or the 5 college, those would be all in the colleges. So I was expected to be out and about. So I could be in Springfield rather than sitting at my desk in a meeting with the school. So I had a lot of independence in what I did, and valued that independence a great deal. So I had a little bit of distance from the sort of daily machinery of the consortium, because my project was meant to be outreach. And I valued that and kept that. But during those last few years I was there, I became I was appointed to be the liaison between the consortium and the 5 College Women's Studies Center, which actually the center was located at Mount Holyoke College, and provided fellowships on an annual basis for scholars to come there and spend either a semester or a year doing research on women's issues. And the board that I was appointed to consisted of 1 representative from each of the colleges, as well as a representative from 5 colleges. So I became the 5 college member of that board, and served on that board for about 3 or 4 years, and loved doing that as well, because I thought the center was an important part of the consortial work that we all did. And it was an amazing place for research on women to be done. Mm. Unfortunately, I just heard that it no longer exists, but that's another story. Mm. Budget cuts. Mm-hmm. I need to take a little break, but shall we finish this? Do you have any other follow-up?
I was just going to ask, you described the work so much as programming and, securing the funding through grants for the work of programming. And you described, that programming can be anything from a summer series, or sort of in residence, and as well as travel, sort of study abroad, or group trips, places. Are there also more, like throughout an academic year, just regularized workshops or speaker series, or
well, I mentioned the Native American series. That would be held once a month, for instance. And the math and science, there were, let me just put it this way, there were constant workshops and meetings throughout the year. That's why I was in my office until 9:30 at night. I mean, the work, there was always a lot of work to be done and a lot of planning and effort going into every little piece of it. So yes, there would be I would very often travel to Boston for meetings with the Mass Department of Education, especially around some of the math and science programs. They would attempt, it was always a joke in Western Mass, because everything is located in Boston and we're on the other end of the state. But the concept of moving a meeting out of Boston would be to have the meeting in Marlborough, which is about a half hour outside of Boston, but almost into Boston for those of us who lived in Western Mass. So we would often be hauled into Marlborough because that would be a place, there'd be a conference center or a hotel where you'd be going to meetings. So that was sort of, those were all sort of the administrative part of the position was, I had to liaise with the Mass Department of Education, the Department of Education in Washington. I really had to stay on top of what they were, what the policies were that were coming out of the reform education movement with Obama. I mean, I had to stay on top of policy issues, where the funding might be coming from, what kind of expectations teachers or districts might be expected to be responding to as a result of policy changes that we could be helpful with. So it was never dull and boring. And while it felt like, as I said, the math and science dominated the first 5 years, I was always working on multiple projects at any one moment. The history dominated in many ways the last phase of my time there, but even then there was other things. The math, we developed the math project during that time as well. So, and I wrote the first proposal for the National Science Foundation math, and I have to say I wrote that as if I were writing it for. What helped me write that proposal, because I'm not a mathematician, was to think about Highlander and how people learn together. And so I wrote a grant that had people meeting in groups to plan together for a period of a year. That was their initial thing. And I put all of my knowledge about how education works and how people work together as a group. That's what that proposal was really about, more than about math. But it ended up, that project, because of that base that we set, I think, early, which was highly participatory and involved both the administrators and teachers in the districts, it is still going.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay, should we take a break?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Sorry
Hi,
about
Andy.
Just had one of my coworkers called. She actually ventured to campus to do some work and was like, I don't know how to turn the copier on.
Glad you could be of help.
Yeah. And glad that, good timing for a break, that I was able to see her message and get to her wall while she was still there.
Yeah. I really wish I could figure out how to turn my home phone off, but I was just admitting to myself that it's beyond me. I can't do it. So
Yeah.
I can unplug it, but because it's charged up, it's still going to ring.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we've covered everything on the years at five colleges. I did want to ask one question that may be more invasive than you want to answer, so let me know. But I'm just curious
Okay.
that, you know, although you did work for, a good number of years uh, at UMass as a staff member, and so are in a professional benefited career, and then you at 55 start this work, the last leg of your professional life, and do that through retirement. But to begin building your retirement
Right,
saving.
right, right. I had a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, I just wondered if you wanted to say anything about your
Well,
strategy.
I was aware that I needed to, as I was looking for a job, I was clearly aware that I needed to pay attention to this for financial security reasons. And I was lucky, five colleges had had a good program, not a pension program, but it had a very good 401k program where they matched your contribution to the retirement. And for the first years I was there, the stock market was doing extremely well. Then we hit 2008, and I ended up staying an extra year, which I both wanted to do professionally and needed to do to build back before I actually left. But yeah, I mean, the years of working in social change organizations where they're at that point, um, I think most social change organizations now have a very different attitude about payment and compensation for people who work in those organizations. I think they're much more professionalized and union, pay attention to issues around compensation, which I think is excellent. But at the point where I was where I was working in these organizations, it was really around commitment to the work and willingness to work, to live on minimal amount of money and so forth, and not a lot of, Highlander paid Social Security, and so that is a huge, Social Security is a huge chunk of my retirement plan, and extremely helpful in that way. So yes, but I had to. That was certainly in my mind when I started, was on the job market, with preparing at what point. And I was, when I retired, I was 72. So I certainly wasn't one of those people who retired early.
And to your awareness of that, and having spent so many years in working in social change, can you comment just generally of, do you have peers that continued to do that work for many decades that, then coming towards, what should be retirement, what.
I think a lot of people did. I think a lot of people my age entered their retirement years, not as well off as someone who had been living a professional life and planning ahead. I mean, in many ways. So I think it took its toll on people's both personal health and well-being. Yeah, I mean that kind of engagement and no holds barred support and commitment. Uh, it certainly had its downside in terms of allowing people to have some ease at entering their older years with both with their health intact and having some sort of retirement savings. I mean, I feel very lucky in that regard. I have good health, and I was able to establish, some retirement that I could live modestly through my work at the Five College Consortium, and through Highlander. I do not want to underestimate. Highlander didn't have a pension plan, but I paid Social Security for all of the years that I worked in these organizations, and put in a ad for Social Security and keeping it and saving it, you know. I do not want to see it torn apart or disassembled in any way. It's a huge piece of many people's retirement.
Absolutely. So you had mentioned as we were coming to the close of your years at 5 colleges that you wanted to talk about this book that you worked on.
Yeah, I wanted to. I'm very proud of this piece of work, but also I wanted to talk a little bit about the way we did it, because I think that's important as well. So early on, during the time I was at 5 colleges, a friend of mine contacted me. I'm not exactly sure whether, I think it was Connie Curry, who lived in Atlanta, contacted me and said that she was interested in getting women together who had been a part of the civil rights movement and talking about their experiences, and possibly, but at that point, a book was just a possibility. But she wanted us to come together at her cabin in North Carolina, on the coast of North Carolina, and spend a week together. And so we did via email, and many of the people who were invited were friends of Connie's, and we were all white women. And I don't know initially whether that had been deliberate or not. But we recognized that we were white, you know, when we got together, we were all white women. And so the question then was whether as just white women, we should proceed with any kind of project about writing our experiences. My position, I'll be really honest about this. I had less doubts about this than some of the other women in the group. I think because I have always felt that we need to own our whiteness and acknowledge it and work from it, and to think about what we have to offer. And so I felt that as long as we did that, that we could talk to new generations of young white people who were interested in getting involved in activism. So I thought we had something to say from a particular perspective of being white. And I felt that our colleagues and our friends in the movement would support that, because they knew us and knew what we had contributed. But there was another book that was being developed at the same time, I think it came a little later, but and we knew about that book certainly before we finished our project. And many of the women in our group contributed to that book as well. I chose not to, and not because I wanted to be a part of that book actually, and I tried to think, but I felt like I had said what I wanted to say and what I had to say in the book that we were working on, and that I didn't have a lot more to offer. And I knew that there were plenty of contributors to the other book. So I did not make a submission to the other book. So we met, but the process, we didn't have a commitment to doing a book at the outset. We met together at Connie's little, we had her house and the house next door, and we just lived together for a week. We cooked together and lived together, and then we would bring our coffee either out on the beach and sit in a circle and start talking. And that's all we did for 1 week. We simply introduced ourselves to each other, and you can imagine what happened here, because what happened is that people did long introductions about their lives, and clearly stories were there, many, and then when you got to the part about your experience in the movement, similar experiences were there. some of the things that were told in our stories we knew from the get-go would never reach the pages of a book or would never be told outside that circle. But they were told inside that circle, which is really important and was important in terms of establishing trust and familiarity with each other and understanding about our lived experience and what we shared. So I think at the end of, and so we spent that entire week getting everybody's story. And we must have been, we were taping it. We were taping it, I believe, because we had the tapes from those things, and I believe at some point someone must have helped us transcribe those. But we had the raw data of our stories, but very raw. And so, but we began, by the end of the week, we began talking about what we wanted to do, whether or not, what were the benefits of being a group of all white women thinking about doing a book, what were the drawbacks to that, because clearly there was a lot of things to consider with that. But we ended up going forward with that project, and we met at least 2 more times for a week each time. Again, sharing our stories, and by the 2nd or 3rd time, sharing what we had written from, people would use the tapes as a starting point and then begin to write their stories. It was a long, long process. It did not go quickly. We all were working. I was working, around the clock, it felt like to me. So I would use vacation time to go on these 1-week trips to work on this book. But we stayed in touch with each other via email. Fortunately, we had email by that time. And so we were able to stay in touch and then plan these additional meetings. And then Connie took major responsibility for sort of getting in touch with a publisher, which turned out we ended up at University of Georgia Press, and getting in touch with a publisher and sort of taking responsibility for the final editing. I don't think she did line editing on people's stories, but just the process of putting it together. We all did our final editing on our stories. And then the University of Georgia, of course, came back at us with edits that they were making from their, and so it was a very long, involved process. But the crux of it was these 1-week intense personal gatherings that we would have, where we would talk about everything and anything, and talk in very, very personal ways. As I said, knowing that some of that would never see the light of day in a publication, but was important for us to talk through about our experiences as white women in the movement. And the book eventually came out. It's the title, and I remember when we hit upon the title, which we all immediately knew was the right title. The title is called Deep in Our Hearts, which is, of course, a part of the song We Shall Overcome. Deep in our hearts, I do believe we shall overcome someday. And then it's called Deep in Our Hearts, 9 White Women in the Civil Rights Movement. And then it has each of our stories. So it's 9 different stories from various backgrounds, but all of us involved with SNCC in some ways. And many of us working in Mississippi in 1964, not all of us, but many of us working in Freedom Summer of 1964. And so it's, I think it's, and sometime in the process before the book was published, there was a reunion of the Students for a Democratic Society in Western Mass, actually. And I hadn't gone to any of the SDS reunions at that point, but we agreed, some of us, to meet up there and to participate in that gathering. And we gave a session at that reunion within SDS, and got some really good feedback and encouragement to continue with the project there. And I think, and some of us we were of course talking with people in SNCC as well. One of the people in the project decided she did not want to be a part of this. She was having difficulty with the writing, but she decided she wanted to be a part of a broader book that included Black and white women. And she felt very strongly about that. I think that decision was harder for the women in the group who had biracial children, who, for instance, and that was true of this one person. So she wanted to be a part of the other book, but encouraged us, felt fine about the project and so forth. So good, strong friendships. We recently, came together to grieve and to celebrate Connie Curry's death. Not together physically, of course, but we've been chatting back and forth over email and participated in her online memorial service. So we stay in touch with each other. And I think we're all, I certainly am proud of the product. I felt I would, as always with any piece of writing I've ever done in my life, the minute it's published, I see how it should be changed and what should be added, but it is there, and I'm glad to be a part of that cooperative venture. So I don't have a lot more to say about it, but I thought the process itself was really amazing, and give us lots of credit for the hard work that was of doing that kind of personal, digging and unearthing, and then attempting to put it into a form that we could share with other people.
In terms of process of getting together and each person sharing, did that look more like, it's Wednesday morning, it's Sue's turn to share, and then you would get, however much time you needed to talk about what you wanted to talk about? Or was it more of a dialogue and people would back and forth and there wasn't structure?
Yeah. Initially, we sort of stepped into the format by accident, because we started introducing ourselves. And the first introductions were relatively short. I mean, they weren't short because we did full-on introductions, but I think I was one of the ones that went pretty early, and I know I was conscious about not taking up a lot of time. So the earlier ones were like, might have gone on for an hour, but as we went on in the process, we might spend an entire morning or afternoon with someone's story. And so I don't know whether, I don't recall a time where we added necessarily to those. I think from then on we worked with what we had. But yes, we would very quickly, I think after that first night even, we would go person to person, and it would take whatever time it took then to tell that story. And I guess there must have been some way we could add, if we wanted to, back into it, especially for those who'd gone early. But I know that those tapes became the basis. We knew that we had the stories. We knew that we had stories to tell and that they might be helpful that it might be a helpful thing to do to share those with people and to witness really about being white and getting involved in the movement. I think we also, as sort of witnessing, standing up and being a witness for what had been, all of us felt it was a gift. All of us, absolutely all of us, felt that it had been a gift to us and that we wanted to pass that on. We did not, there were some hard moments, you know, just maybe where we had differing of opinions or a different set of feelings relating to something. But by and large, we worked through those. We had very little, I don't recall huge disagreements about the process of putting the book together, really. We carefully commented on each other's chapters. We read and commented on each other's chapters, but a lot of leeway there for individuals. Not much acrimony at all inside the group. Well, not any acrimony, really, I think. Differing opinions and different set of priorities often, but not acrimony.
And for instance, what would be an opinion or perspective that people would divide over?
Different ways that people had experienced being in the movement. And I can't, we did make an agreement that we didn't share those stories, and even now, and so whatever's in the book is what people were willing to share. But we shared a lot more than what's in the book, I think. So different ways that people experience being in that movement or moments inside that movement. People just had differing views of that. There was, I think it's because I know this story is told in the book. There's quite a famous memo written by one of the women. The memo is known to be written by Casey Hayden and Mary King, were the two authors that people thought about or knew, whose names were attached to this memo, and it was about the position of women in the movement. And then Stokely is, there's a story about Stokely reading that memo and making a comment and so forth. Well, it turned out when we were in our meeting, Casey Hayden was one of the 9 women in this group and one of the authors of this memo. Well, it turned out that the real story of this memo was, as it came about in our group, is that while it had Mary and Casey's name on it, it came out of a larger group meeting, and other women had participated in that. And certainly one of the other women in our group had participated in that. So each of them had memories of that particular meeting that ended up in that memo about the role of women in the movement, and about the meeting later where they presented that memo and Stokely made the response. And I will say that everybody, all the 9 of us and the women who had written the memo, never knew Stokely well. I think most of us knew Stokely well. And Stokely had a very sharp sense of humor and wit. That was one of the things he was known for. And none of the women took offense at his comment because they took it to be a joke. And so that was reiterated in these meetings. And although Stokely has been maligned far and wide for this, quick comeback. And I think I told you I compared it to something Miles Horton said in a meeting we had at Highlander. And Miles, and I think in Miles's case, he actually knew it would create a little bit of tension, which he thought was a good thing. Don't have a lot more to say about it. I think I'm very. It was one of the things that I did that I'm very happy having done. And I did feel for a long time that the chapter in that book was what I had to say, that was enough. Just because of the world as we know it, and I've lived longer, and sometimes I rethink that in terms of what else I might want to say, but I'm happy with that chapter and happy with that book. It is used in classes. I believe it's certainly not a bestseller, never has been, but it does get used in classes that teach the civil rights movement.
Oh, absolutely. It's, coming out of a history
Yeah.
program. I'm well aware. And do I understand correctly that in describing the coming together of the group and the initial conversations and sharing your stories, is it correct that not all of you actually knew each other very well beforehand and had not worked together during that period of time?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. I knew most of the women, and I believe that I had met all of them at one point or another, but there were at least two women that I did not, well, there were more than two. There were two women I didn't know very well at all. Well, I guess there were three women I didn't know very well at all. But over the course of this writing, did get to know them very well. I knew Casey, and I knew Dorothy Burlage, and I knew Connie well. Those three women, and I knew Betty Garman well, who was in the initial group, but ended up not being in the final publication. So I knew those women very well. The other women I got to know in the process of writing. So I knew about half of them.
I don't want to ask a leading question here, but don't quite know how to talk about it otherwise. You describing the process made me reflect back on the way that you talked about your experience and the process in consciousness raising groups from the early 70s.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that an accurate seeing commonality and
a little bit. We weren't. I think with the Deep in Our Hearts group, it was not a matter of sort of trying to unearth deeply. I mean, we were working with deeply personal experiences, but it wasn't so much in the Atlanta Women's Liberation and the consciousness raising groups. Then I think you were really digging and reflecting as a way of thinking about gender in a very broad way, and your experience as a woman in society in a very broad way. In the Deep in Our Hearts group, we were really looking at a much smaller slice of experience, and looking for and uncovering similarities and differences and moments that had been important, for instance, to us. and and sharing that. One of the women and hearing each other talk about these things. For instance, I will never forget listening to Penny Patch, and I would encourage anybody to read this book just for this story alone. Penny Patch is a young civil rights worker who had been in Albany, Georgia, was asked to read the applications, be one of the people who read the applications for Freedom Summer. And she read the application of Andrew Goodman and chose him to be a volunteer for the summer, and only to witness his death some weeks later. And so that was a very searing experience for her, and very hard for all of us just to hear, because it, not only Penny had that particular experience, but we all were familiar with the threat of death, and the different ways that people handled that. And we were familiar with the impact that the death of those 3 civil rights workers had on all of us individually, and on all of the volunteers in Mississippi and the movement as a whole. So and there were other moments like that, but that's, you know, that's certainly one of the ones I remember and that I know is in the book. And of course, there's some things we're never going to tell.
Yeah. I noted from one of our previous conversations, I took a note about you talking about your years in the movement, and then later talking about your involvement in women's liberation. And you were talking really, really specifically and emphasizing the importance of identity and being white. And I think you even phrased it as struggling with that identity very publicly and transparently, and trying to encourage others to do the same. And that was foundational to the work of the movement, and particularly in SOC, and then later the work of women's liberation. So I just wanted to come back and revisit, now that we've talked about all these subsequent years of your work and activism, you know, through the Institute for Southern Studies and Highlander and your graduate work and all these programs that you were doing and education work, to give you space to possibly elaborate on identity, identity generally as something part of the human experience, but also particular identities of race and gender.
Well, I'll give it a shot. I don't know that I would say the same thing tomorrow, or even agree with myself tomorrow, but I certainly dealing with being a white, and I twin being white with being Southern, because I thought of the movement as being a Southern civil rights movement, even then I knew that racism was abroad in the land and not a Southern phenomena. But I felt that the South had a particular history of racism and segregation and cruelty that was sort of omnipresent if you grew up in the South. It was in your face kind of racism, I think, partly because of things as old as those colored drinking fountains and the segregated schools that I went to segregated schools, and clearly Black people were treated differently. So it wasn't something that you could not be aware of, although I think people tried. There was this people tried to not be aware of it, I think. So I think the fact that I was white and the fact that I was Southern were both, I thought about them both together, and really never separated those two things. And was both, with Southern, was both proud sometimes and deeply ashamed of it at other times because of the history. With the whiteness, I don't recall being prideful about it, but I do recall coming to an understanding of the privilege involved in being white. But early on in Nashville, and as I've said many times, and I will say forever and a day, I was just really lucky to have been in Nashville at that particular moment in history because of the people that I was able to learn from. And I believe I've told the story in these interviews about John Lewis challenging me when I referred to 3 young white men as thugs, and because they were being thuggish. and I will always maintain that they were being thuggish. But John would not let me get away with calling them thugs. But what I came to understand then and in that moment and was that what I really was trying to do was separate myself from them as white people, and to claim that I was somehow different from them. And I was only different from them because I wasn't acting in the same way, but I wasn't different from them in terms of the color of our skin. We were both white. We were all white. And so I felt that through those kind of challenges, I really had to understand early on about being a white person and being involved in this movement. And also you were, there weren't, in Nashville in those early days, there weren't that many white people. There were always white people involved in the movement, many of them much more directly involved than I was. But there weren't that many white Southerners involved in the movement. So you sort of, you separated yourself from your peers, your white peers, if you got involved in this movement. So there was an awareness always of being white. But what we were struggling with is what our role was. And I felt, sort of from early days, felt that we accepted who we were and worked from that to and tried to change both ourselves and other people. And I think one of the things I learned in Nashville was that the way to change people was not by sitting around, and I'm going to contradict myself here with Atlanta Women's Liberation, but I did feel that the way to change was not by sitting around talking about it, but by actually getting involved in something that demanded something of you, that demanded some action. And I still feel that way, with the giant exception of these consciousness raising groups. So that's a contradiction that I'm happy to live with. But I think for the most part, people grow and change because of their getting involved and acting on something. And in many ways, it's probably not a contradiction with the Atlanta Women's Liberation consciousness raising groups, because that led to certain actions on all of our parts. It led us to act in ways that we may not have acted before. But I think that with the freedom movement in particular, to act was an important piece of getting involved. And it didn't necessarily matter whether you were sitting on a stool getting a cigarette burned out on your skin, or whether you chose a path of just walking around somewhere with a sign. The point was to do something, was to take an action, even if that separated you from other people. And I think it did immediately separate you from other people. Scarrett College was a progressive institution. It had been integrated for 15 years. But when the small group of people on Scarrett's campus got involved with the SNCC chapter and started doing things like picketing the local segregated greasy spoon, we separated ourselves from the majority of the campus at that point. And it was because other people did not want to act in that way, saw it as an extreme step, saw it as the most radical thing to do, rather than the thing that we were all called upon to do. So I felt like Nashville was where I learned, where I had to start thinking about all those issues. And I became comfortable early on with the notion that white people should work with other white people. And that was not something that was not also thought about in SNCC. It was certainly articulated by Stokely and other people in SNCC. And at a certain point, when there was a big major split in SNCC, and white people were encouraged to begin organizing in their own communities, I totally understood that and agreed with that point of view. But I think in terms of identity, I think a piece of that is being, I don't want to say at ease, but being, being comfortable and knowing who you are. And if being white is a part of who you are, then you have to be comfortable with it, or you have to be uncomfortable enough to want to act differently, to recognize the privilege that it brings and to act differently with it as a result of that. So I think it's all right to be uneasy with it, and to act from that point of view of not accepting that. For me, I've thought about this in the past couple of days, because when I think about this most recent movement that has swept the country after the death of George Floyd, and all of the huge numbers of white people who came out to participate in those demonstrations that erupted all across the country. And I thought, well, why are people coming out like this and feeling the need to take a stand right now? And there was something about that image there was something about the casual way that police officer murdered George Floyd. I think just the footage that people saw of this man just sort of casually taking another life, and the people around him not interfering, not helping, just accepting. I think that was so horrific that people felt they had to do something. They had to take a stand against that. and they came out into the street to say they didn't approve of that. And I think the same images, and that was also true of the images that came out of Georgia with the Ahmaud Arbery murder, because you couldn't look at that video and not realize that that was a hunt, that man was hunted and murdered. And therefore you have to say, this is not who I am. As Jim Lawson said, you have to think about who you want to be, what is the best person you can be. And that's not who you want to be. You don't want to be that person who can even observe a casual murder like that and think that it's all right. You have to say, this is not all right with me. I don't agree with this. I will not stand for this. I think we have to do that. And that moment for me, there were many moments, I think, for me, but certainly one of them was when the 4 little girls were killed in Birmingham. And I heard the news on the radio and pulled over to the side of the road and just wept and fell apart in tears by myself. I think I was driving between Savannah and Nashville when I heard the news on the radio. But the thing that, I realized in that moment was that those people had done that thinking it was all right, that it would be all right with every other white person that they had done that. And that they were doing it on behalf of white people. And that they would speak for me if I didn't speak up, that I would let them become my spokespersons if I wasn't offended and spoke up about what they had done. And so that was one of the things that pushed me to really, begin speaking up more. I think it really solidified a lot of what I was already doing at that stage. But you just have to separate yourself from that kind of virulent racism and say, that is not who I am. As a white person, that is not who I am and not who I want to be. So I think being white is that constant negotiation of who you want to be in relationship to race, and whether and then the whole concept of white privilege. I mean, I felt like I got a good consciousness about racism and segregation, but the notion of white privilege was yet another piece of growth to add to that, because I grew up relatively. We weren't poor, but we had very modest means, and were often on the verge of being poor. We certainly weren't privileged in any way that I thought about. So to think of myself as being privileged was something that I had to spend some time thinking about and understand what it meant to have the privilege of having white skin. And that, I think, it just demands work of us. It demands that we think about it, put the time in, thinking about it and trying to understand it. And then, but I think the most important thing about being white is the hard part is to separate yourself from people who think that whiteness is a license to kill or discriminate or to oppress. And you have to be willing to say, that is not who I am. I'm absolutely certain I contradicted myself about 5 or 6 times in there, but contradiction is good. I embrace it.
Yeah.
I think we're done, Andy.
Oh, Sue.
Oh, no.
I think we're really coming in on the home stretch, but but there's still some living that happened since you retired. Your life
Uh,
didn't end.
oh, well, we can do, yes.
So you retired in 2013,
Yep.
and so what happens then? I know that you're living in Savannah, Tennessee now, but we're in Amherst. So
Right. I stayed in Amherst. I stayed in that area, in the Amherst area for the next year. When I retired, I immediately went off. I thought that I would not. I have been so focused on work most of my life. I was really scared about how I would deal with retirement. Um, so I planned a trip to Maine with a good friend and spent a week in Maine and then came back. And I have to say, I emptied my head in Maine of work, and I never really looked back. It was so much easier than I ever thought it would be. I I I was actually done with work after the wonderful beaches and ocean and lobster in Maine. I loved it, and I thought I could live like this forever. Um, so. And then the next thing I did was I had friends from the South here, from the mountains in particular, who do an annual beach trip. And one of my friends said, well, you could come to the beach again with us. I used to do it when I was at Highlander, and I hadn't done it in many, many years. So I said, yes, I could come to the beach. And so I went to Pawleys Island, South Carolina for 2 weeks with friends, and broke my arm riding a bicycle. So then I was, complicated trying to get back home, even with a car that I could not drive, and an arm that was broken but hadn't been assessed as being broken. So I had a lot of issues that took time and effort and healing to get over when I got back home. And so I finally did all the work around rehabbing and healing and learning to live with an arm that doesn't quite do the reach it used to do. But then I was in the Amherst area, and I was seeing friends, but not working. I had time to go be an active member of the YMCA locally, which I loved. So I was perfectly content. And one of the things I was doing that I started doing in that spring was planning another trip through about civil rights history with a group of friends who had all wanted to come with me when I had taken the teachers. And I had said, no, this is only for the teachers. You can't come on this trip, but I will take you. And so I made good on that promise. And so I spent a lot of time planning another trip to the South, and ended up taking, I think there were 8 of us total, so 7 former colleagues and friends from the Amherst area. We spent a week traveling and touring and doing the civil rights tour that I had done with the teachers. And that was pretty amazing, because early on in that process, I ran into Julian Bond and Pam and his wife Pam, and we discovered in the course of the conversation that Julian always did a tour for the University of Virginia, and that they were going to be doing a tour in the very same week, same dates that I was going to be doing this. And Pam suggested that there were moments when we could overlap. So I went back and flipped our schedule so that we met up with them in Birmingham and again in Montgomery some days later. And one of the things that happened on that trip is that Julian, who knew Doug Jones, now Senator Doug Jones, had arranged for Doug Jones to meet with his group in the 16th Street Baptist Church to talk about his prosecution of the Klan members who did the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. So we were, luckily, we were asked if we wanted to join, and of course said yes. So we became a part of the group that got to sit in the basement of the 16th Street Baptist Church and hear Doug Jones talk about his prosecution of the Klan members. And then a couple of nights later, we got to sit in Dr. King's church, the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, and hear one of the former Freedom Singers do a special concert. So it was a wonderful, wonderful trip partly because of that overlap with Julian's group and getting to have those particular experiences, which I could not have set up, but also because we were meeting incredible people all along the way and learning a lot. So it was a good farewell trip in some ways. I was already planning, though. I had been thinking about moving, and right before I left to go on that second tour, the civil rights tour, I had put my condo on the market, and I imagined in my head that I would, so I'd spent huge amounts of time cleaning out and getting ready for all of that. But I had imagined in my head that it would take about 6 months and to sell, and that I would eventually move. And I had decided that I would move to Savannah by that point. But I didn't. I left my house in Western Mass at the crack of dawn, caught a flight to Birmingham, and by the time I arrived in Birmingham, I had a call from my realtor saying there was an offer on my condo, and it was not what I wanted to hear. And so I just easily said no, I wouldn't take the offer, and I didn't want to even think about it. So I kept refusing. But my realtor just kept harassing me all week with additional offers, and got, I think he was getting a little perturbed with me, because he said, do you really want to sell this? Do you really want to sell your condo or not? And so I finally, even though I didn't want to do it from a distance and under that kind of duress, I finally did agree, even before I left Mississippi, to sell the condo. So then, and a part of that negotiation was leaving within 2 months' time, or maybe 6 weeks' time. And so I had to hustle back, get ready and get out and find a place to live. So all of that happened very quickly, which may have been a blessing, because I didn't have time to think about it. I sold the condo, and then I started looking for a house here in Savannah. And I had entertained the notion, I had looked at other possibilities in terms of a place to live in the South. I knew that I wanted to return South. And I had a great community of friends in the Knoxville area that included people in the immediate area there of Knoxville, but also included friends who lived in Eastern Kentucky and Virginia, Southwest Virginia, that whole area. So that was one possibility. Moving to Atlanta was something I considered briefly, because I have friends there. And Nashville I also considered. But the decision making was fairly easy, because one of the major factors for me was that I wanted to spend more time with my sister, who was aging. And I felt like that this was the time. I either did it now or not, because she's 11 years older than I am. And then given that was a part of the decision, it made more sense to live here and travel out from here rather than being in Nashville or all the way across the state and traveling to here. So I knew I could spend quality time if I moved here. And it's a rural area. It's easier to find housing, affordable housing, and all of those things. So, and my family, I had my family here to help me with all of that. Nieces and nephews who were very happy to have me coming back into the area and help me with housing. So I bought the house I live in sight unseen, based on a floor plan my niece had sent me, and pictures that I could see on the web. And then, but I did make it contingent on visiting. And during this time, this was 2014, I left Massachusetts and went flew to Mississippi for the 50th anniversary of Freedom Summer. And I traveled with a colleague from the Five College Consortium, who's a good friend, originally grew up in France. And so she was interested. And also two daughters of a friend of mine, both of whom are biracial, who were interested in the history of the movement. And so I asked if they wanted to come along to this conference, and they did. So we all met up in Memphis and went to the 50th anniversary conference. And then I came back here. So that was like a little trip in the middle of this very intense time of trying to get ready to move that I really wanted to do. And I came back here and looked at houses during that time. But I didn't see this one until I came much later. But yeah, it all happened very quickly. I got the house. I had to be out of my condo by the end of July, or maybe certainly by the end of July. And so I moved here rather quickly, had to arrange the moving company and all of that, and ended up here. And spent the first 6 months just getting acclimated to being in a new place, to setting up a house, to getting to know my family again, not thinking a whole lot about the broader community. And then after a certain period of time, really sitting with myself and thinking about whether I wanted to be a part of the community that I live in now, or whether I just wanted to use this place as a place to travel out from and to be able to go see friends. Because that was always part of my plan, was that I would be here, but I would also be able to get to Atlanta, to get to Knoxville and other places. And a promise to myself that I would spend a good part of the summers back in Western Mass, because I did not want to leave that community of friends behind. And I think I've been pretty successful until the pandemic. I had been pretty successful in all of that. I don't know when I'll get to be back up in Western Mass in person. I did go last November for a giant surprise birthday party for a friend, and spent a week there, fortunately, before we all got locked down in March. I was able to go. But right now I do a weekly Zoom call with friends there, and which is terrific way to stay in touch. And we're in better touch than we were before, because it's weekly now, and rather than when I'm just able to get up for a visit. But I am a little itchy, I have to say right now, about not being able to travel. I like to, I have friends in New York City who luckily have an extra bedroom, and I can always go camp out and spend time in the city, which I love to do. And I usually will often pair that with a trip on up into New England, and my annual beach trip and visits to Atlanta. I've not been able to do any of that now for a long time. So I'm a little itchy to get out and about in the world, but I am very dependent on Zoom right now for staying in touch with people, and I'm grateful for it. I had a couple of good years with my sister before she got ill. She had came down with, her husband was slipping into dementia, so she was more homebound after a while, but I was able to be there, spend time with her. And then she herself became ill with Guillain-Barré, which put her in the hospital for well over a year, because she was 88 at the time it happened. And she is out of the hospital. After that year, she came home and she came to live with me at that point for a transition period, and is still here. She's hoping that she'll be able to be independent at some point in the near future, which I think she will be, in a small place of her own. But for now, I'm sharing my house with her, and it's all to the good. So life is a little bit different than I envisioned, certainly now under this pandemic and with the caretaking of my sister, but I'm glad I'm here. And I'm very active. My decision was to be active in this community. And when I made that decision, I became a member of a local Methodist church because I grew up in the Methodist church. And I became active again with the Scarrett Bennett Center, which is now called the Scarrett Bennett Center, but I became first active through the Alumni Association of Scarrett, and then active, and now I'm a board member of the center, which operates as a conference center and has a racial justice program, which is very active and has been able to stay active on by using technology. Actually, has been doing a fabulous series of workshops on racial justice. So I'm active there, and here do things like there's a local education group that supports women's education, focusing on helping first generation young women go off to college. And so we raise money for scholarships. And I'm active in the local, I've been president of the local book club for the past 2 years. Happy to be turning that over this fall to somebody else. And I'm active in the Friends of the Library group. So I found ways to be engaged in the community here.
And what was your decision making? You said that at some point, shortly after retirement, that you had decided that you would return south, but didn't know exactly where you would be. Why did you choose that to come south?
I wanted to be closer to family, and I just think I've never articulated it, but I just think somewhere deep in my soul there was always an assumption that I would come back home, meaning to the South. I had been a accidental New Englander because I meant to go to college there for 3 years and then come back, but I loved New England. I really, I fell in love with it almost immediately, and I fell in love with it because of how beautiful it is, how beautiful the land is. And I really appreciate rural areas that take care of the land, and that's certainly the case in New England. Beautiful, beautiful farm country, small family farms that raise magnificent vegetables and crops there. So New England is, and it's not just the fall foliage. New England is just a beautiful place. And I was in the Connecticut River Valley, which is extraordinarily beautiful. So it felt very home to me almost immediately. And over time, I felt very comfortable there. And I loved living there the whole time I lived there. And I suppose I may have entertained a notion of staying there, but I also wanted to be closer to friends here. And I didn't want, but that's, it was okay, I can come back here in the summer and spend time in the summer when all the students are gone and their housing is easy and so forth. And I've ended up not going for entire summers, but for several years going for 2 to 3 weeks at a time. And now staying in touch. So but I do think I just thought about coming home and didn't define that necessarily as Savannah, which I literally did, but coming home to the South.
Without using the exact words of being like a workaholic, you have described, and we've talked so much about your commitment to work and the great amount of energy and time that you've put into that. Do you want to add anything about the relationships that you've had in your life? You've talked so much about. It seems to be that you have very deep, long, abiding friendships, and wanted to see if you wanted to talk about that at all.
Not a lot to add about personal relationships, but I do. I do think that one of the things that defines me is deep and long-lasting friendships with people, often people that I have worked with. You know, I have close colleagues from the 5 colleges that I just need to talk to them, and you know, I need those ongoing conversations that we used to have in the kitchen of 5 colleges. I still need those to this day. I need to touch base with them, and so we do cocktails over Zoom now. But and also another set of friends that the woman that I went to South Africa with is she and her husband are part of another Zoom that I do. So those. But I've just never been a loner. I really do better in groups or in relationship to other people than on my own. I also, however, I am a person who appreciates solitude. I need solitude at times and need my space at times. But I also need that extended conversation and friendships. And I've recreated that here as well. In my new life here, I also found a need to create that and have that here. So, you know, just the other night, I had margaritas and Mexican food on somebody's patio with 3 other people because we could do that safely. But so I think but that is one of I think those friendships, those long-standing friendships it's really one of the riches that I have in my life. I mean, and I'm very aware of it and appreciative of it, and aware that it has to be, I have to be attentive to it too. But the work and the friendships have often gone hand in hand. That's a pattern for me.
And do you have any other outside interests, any hobbies, or real a deep interest in something external to work or activism that's just a pleasure?
You have now asked me the most embarrassing question that you could ask me. Because the answer is a solid no. When I was retiring, I really had to come face to face with this. I thought, oh, everybody I knew who retired had some long project they'd wanted to do, like some book they wanted to write, very often because I lived in an academic community, or some personal history. They wanted to go back and research their family history or something. I had absolutely nothing. I like to read. I like media. I love music. I love movies, but I don't have a long-standing hobby that I do. And I did not have a pressing project that I wanted to do in retirement. And I've always been a little embarrassed. I thought, oh, I don't have anything that I really just need to do. So no, I've had to make it up as I go.
That might have been another gift to you.
Maybe who wants the burden of writing a book? No.
Yeah. And have you kept up with being able to engage those things that you enjoy? Well, clearly you're the president of a book club, and
yeah. For the most part, I would say yes. Yeah, I miss live music right now. I'm missing that a lot, and I don't have the opportunities for that as much here. Although there, I live in a place where there are bluegrass festivals, and there's opportunity. But when I go back to Western Mass, I can go hear some good jazz or go to Tanglewood. I mean, I've one of the things I love the most about Western Mass was that Tanglewood was an hour away, and all of those wonderful cultural things in the Berkshires were available to me, and were very much a part of my summer. Going to Tanglewood at least once, going to Jacob's Pillow, which is the big dance venue there. Sometimes going to theater in the Berkshires, summer theater. All of those things I still miss, and were one of the reasons I wanted to be able to get back up there in the summer.
Mm.
Tanglewood has not been open this summer, but they've been doing a lot of things online. So I have been able to go in on occasion, and usually I go in and see what's happening and think I'll come back to it, and then don't get back to it. But it's a little bit different.
So here we are in 2020, and we keep making reference to, the pandemic and lockdown and
Right.
the emergence of this movement for Black lives and racial justice, the environment. So that's the world we're living in now. I wonder if you have some thoughts about what ideas and ideals you're thinking a lot about now, and where's your attention, your concern?
Um, I think there are two things that I'm holding in my head all of the time now. One is the hopefulness, the very genuine hopefulness and positivity, really, of the movement, of the racial justice movement. I am one of those that think that what you name something is important, and I think the naming of Black Lives Matter is huge. Because it you have to deal with that naming, and I think that's been important. I was really very happy and excited to see the number of people who came out in demonstrations and stood up against the kind of racism that was so evident in the killing of George Floyd and Arbery and Breonna Taylor. So I found a lot of hope in that movement. And I was also very pleased that when that movement became under attack quite early for violence and looting, that people dealt with it internally, and the demonstrations just got bigger and more widespread, so that there was a pushback against being able to label it as such, and that the peaceful protest really won the day, I think. And that was and became bigger and larger and more widespread, and that was really pleasing, I think, to see that. I think I'm challenged every day about how to be involved and to help make change. One, because I'm older, I'm retired, I live in a rural area. They're not obvious ways to be actively engaged. but I can be, I can be active with the Scarrett Bennett Center. I can support the racial justice initiative there. There are certainly things I can do. I mean, I have always felt, I felt that once my immediate movement days were over, and I would say that would be around 1966, really, when I left the South to go to the Institute for Policy Studies. I've always felt that to stay active and engaged, it's not a one-time decision. It's a matter of getting up every morning and thinking about what you're going to do that day to leave the world a better place. The context is always changing. The issues are always shifting. The places where you can be active and engaged are always shifting. So it's a constant process. It's not one decision that you can make and then slide on for the rest of your life with. So I think you have to be attentive to that all of the time. And it's certainly an issue, as I said, an issue for me now, how to be actively engaged now. But alongside being terribly hopeful and positive about that movement, I am also, on the other hand, terribly concerned and downright scared about the threat to democracy for our country, and the damage that has been done under this incompetent, ignorant man that we have as our president. So, and I feel like real damage has been done and it's continuing to be done. And I felt that President Obama summed it up well the other night in the serious way that he addressed it. So part of my effort right now is around being locally involved in the Hardin County Democratic Party, which might as well be the resistance here, because the Democratic Party is barely, we're a very small number of people and not very visible. But I am engaged where I can be there and talking with people and trying to, I try to stay up on the news as much as I can. I knew immediately when I moved here, I had to have digital subscriptions. And so I subscribed to the Washington Post and the New York Times so I can keep abreast of what's happening in the news. But I think both of those things are determining my worldview right now. I mean, there's this important, and one of the most, I do think it's one of the most important elections, certainly in my lifetime, and this renewed, visible effort around racial justice, which I think is healthy and good, and I'm very excited about. You're going to have to give up, Andy, and admit that we're done at some point.
And I'm almost there, but when we resumed having your life history just a couple weeks ago, I started off with asking where you wanted to pick up and what you wanted to talk about, and asked that since we've had such a sad and momentous summer with the passing of, folks who were mentors and very close friends, John Lewis, C.T. Vivian, and Connie Curry, and then you also added, well, we also have to include Julian Bond in that. And so I wanted to provide space for you to reflect on those friendships, the meaning, the importance of these figures, and just personally their passing.
Well, I think a lot of this will be redundant with some of the things I've said, because I met both C.T. Vivian and John Lewis in Nashville, and they were a part of that leadership group in Nashville that had such enormous impact on me. And I didn't, in later years, I haven't been in close touch with either of them, but I have seen them and, kept up with both of them. And I just think they were both giant figures. John taught me about nonviolence and about love in a way that no one else in the movement did, really. I mean, he was so deeply committed to nonviolence and genuinely loved every human being, which is very hard to do when you think about it. I mean, it's like when those guys walked into the back of that church threatening him, John loved them. I mean, he wasn't kidding around with me when he said, "Don't call them thugs. They're human beings like you and me." He could look beyond what I was seeing and see humanity and be able to love. And we don't get to meet many people like that in our lives. We just don't. It just doesn't happen. So I'm terribly grateful for that time and knowing those two people. Reverend C.T. Vivian and I was having a chat with my good friend Leah Wise recently, who I worked with at the Institute for Southern Studies. And we both were remembering C.T. Vivian. And as just, C.T. Vivian was a worker. He worked. He showed up at meetings. He ran anti-racism workshops. He was when a nonprofit organization needed a board member, he was available and willing. He worked with Leah in her work with the Southern Economic Justice Program. He was a worker. He worked every day for a vision of community that he believed in. And then Connie, Connie was a person who's a consistent person in my life from a very young age. Connie was ribald is the only word that I know to give to Connie. She loved to tell dirty jokes. She loved to laugh. But she also was a phenomenal worker. She did incredible things with her time on earth. And I loved having her in my life. And she was just someone that I consistently touched base with over the years. And sometimes in big ways, like the book project, and sometimes in just going by and having something cold to drink on her deck in her Atlanta home in the last few years. Or very often she would call me and say, "I'm going through my papers and I have all these papers about SOC. Do you want them?" And I always wanted to say no, because I feel like I'm, have too many papers in my life already. But the last time I was there, Connie gave me a packet of papers that had incredible things that I didn't have and didn't know about, some letters and other things like that. So she was very good about things like that, about making sure that things got to people, that history got preserved and put in the right places. She was very careful about that and about documenting things. And Julian, I miss Julian. I miss him because he was, Julian was funny and serious, smart as hell. And we worked together on, it seemed like we worked together on several things, mostly the Institute for Southern Studies. But he was someone that I was just a sort of a regular part of my life that was always reassuring to have him there, to have him be Julian Bond, knowing when he spoke, he would speak as he spoke and speak eloquently and from the heart and with and say what needed to be said. He would always speak truth. As he said, he was a race man, and he always you could count on Julian to be that person, to speak about race and to speak up about it. But he also, as he said, I think the word he used was easily entertained, because he also loved just being entertained and having a good time and being easy. So those are four of the people that I can think about right now that are huge losses, but it happens. I'm of the age where that happens more and more now. But I think all of those people, for any young people looking at those lives, they would have to know that you can leave a big mark on history, because all of those people left a big mark on history. Fortunately, he's not dead yet, but I did a United Methodist town hall this week via Zoom. I think it was an open Facebook thing. We were all connected. The panel was all connected via Zoom. But one of the other speakers was the Reverend Jim Lawson, who had been in Nashville in the early 60s and was really the architect of the nonviolent workshops in Nashville. And he is in his early 90s now, still a Methodist preacher, and was one of the most eloquent people who spoke at John Lewis's funeral recently. So he was, and I remember him saying just this was Wednesday we did this, where he talked about being the best person that you can be. And just another reminder of another giant that I hope we don't lose anytime soon, because his voice is sorely needed right now. Andy, I know these interviews are all for the Great Speckled Bird Project. And as I've said earlier to you, it's such a small piece of my story. So but I'm glad I snuck in.
I'm thrilled that you have been a part of this, and when we began talking about this project, we always envisioned it very capaciously we wanted to hear from people who were involved in any number of ways, whether you were, a full-time staff member at some point, or whether you're a street seller, or whether you were just an occasional reader, or whether, you're a journalist at the Atlanta Journal and you just know that there's this other
good
publication out there. And so, we want as wide of a history as we can record. And I'm
for the record, I was a terrible, terrible seller of birds. Marketing is not my cup of tea. I did do it several times because we were all encouraged to do it, and it was an important thing to do, but I was never, ever good at it.
Takes all kinds.
Yeah. There were some people who were really excellent at it, who did great at it, made good living at it.
Yeah. Steve Watt was a real crackerjack. And then there were, in the years that I've been doing this and have come in into contact with different people, just to share informal, remembrances. And there are certain street sellers that 50 years later, people recall like they were just that notorious. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and
Sure.
the turf that they claimed, and yeah, no, it's
Right.
a fantastic project, and I am so glad. I love the doing life histories, and yeah, it's just so much fun, and learning a lot about the bird, but about a whole lot of other stuff as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well, I'm glad to be a part of it.
thank you. And you have stumped me now. I don't have anything else. But I will leave it to you
I
that
knew I'd get you there.
if there are any further experiences or memories that you have now that you want to get on the record. But of course, if there's anything that comes up in coming days, weeks, months, years, that you want to come back and add an addendum or another session, we're always welcome that as
Okay.
well.
Okay, good.
And thank you so much for
Oh,
doing that in all of these hours that you have given us.
right. Post-pandemic, you have to come back up and for a visit and have some catfish.
You saying that you've been itching for some travel, and I feel that, and very much would love to come back for another visit to Tennessee.
Hi, Morna.
Hi! It's a lot calmer around me right now.
What's that?
It's a lot calmer.
Oh, the kitties are
I'm
having,
so sorry about that.
no. That was nothing at all. Like there was just slight little motion. If you had not said anything, unlike my two large dogs with very, very loud voices.
Well, we've
Are
got
we talking kitties as in children or kitties as in cats here?
Kitties as in cats.
Got it.
Yeah, we normally take them when we have our cleaning people come in. We normally take them outside and put them in that little tent thing, but I had to be here, so I just stayed inside with them, and they were just a little crazy. It was a little fraught, but they're fine now. It's all good. So it looks like everything went well with your interview.
I think so. I think we've wrapped it up.
Yeah,
Wow.
Hours later, we've wrapped it up.
Yeah, we got all the way to 2020, and
Yeah.
a lot more story, lots of really, really interesting information. I have all sorts of notes of things that I now want to go look at and read and view.
That's great. How many hours altogether did you do?
That's a good question. Do you know, Andy, how many we've done?
So it was 3 for our first, and then another hour and a half for the first interview in Savannah, and then another 2. And then I think we did 3 the first day of our resumed recording. Then we did 4 on the next one. And then today we have now done another 4, so 17 hours?
You win! I think that's the most.
It's just flat out embarrassing. I was just telling Andy, this is a project about the great speckled bird, and it's such a small slice of my own story. It really is embarrassing.
No, it's like these interviews, it's kind of the joy of them is like we conduct these interviews for a particular reason, but researchers use the interviews for all sorts of other reasons. So you clearly had a very interesting life, and I think that multiple different researchers will come at your interviews for in multiple different ways.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'm glad to have it documented. So
yeah, that's great.
To the best of my abilities, at least.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting slice of the entire second half of the 20th century. And
Yeah, true. Yeah. I feel that way.
yeah, and I think researchers will be thrilled to be able to have this as a resource. And who knows, and I would hope that increasingly, educators are finding these
Yeah. Yeah.
available, digitally. And, if somebody's teaching about any number of topics, like, you can pull in, here's a 5 or 10 minute clip that
Yeah.
really can provoke a lot of conversation and thinking. And yeah.
I hadn't thought about using it that way. That's interesting. That's good. Yeah. I can see that.
We'd like to teach, like we do a lot of teaching with our collections, and Andy's right, just sometimes like a really good short piece is an amazing jumping off point for great discussions. Yeah, so
Good.
yeah, that's wonderful. And Andy's really good at like taking his time to make sure that the whole story is told and not rushing through things, which
Tell me about it.
great. That's really important, it's like you have this one chance to do it really well, and you really want to do it justice. So
Yeah.
And as you so well, both of you know so well, conducting interviews, people's lives mean a lot, and they have experienced things, and only they can interpret that and tell you. And in a society that is so throwaway,
Yeah.
unless you're quoted in profiled in the New York Times or whatever, like, it's just overlooked. And unless people like us take the time to do some interviews and get it reported, and then get it out there.
Yeah.
It won't exist otherwise, and we'll lose it.
Yeah. I think people who are not famous have way more interesting lives than people who are famous. They're I think so many of the students that use my collections, because I have maybe 2 famous people in my collections. I have the Indigo Girls, and that's about it. In my oral histories, but so many times, students have come to me and it's like they're blown away by the work that people have done in difficult situations, and in sort of just difficult work and challenging work, and stepping up when people needed to step up. There's like some really good examples of how to be a good human being in a lot of our collections. Yeah, it's awesome.